bring it to the project wherever they go. But if you use this presentation as an example, you know what you bring. Plug it
I see.
film has a profile, yeah. And I don't know, some people want to change it. Because to learn quite efficient ways to organize it, but at the same time, as you lose so much time, you can get rid of
Okay.
Yes.
Ok, penso che sia trovato.
But it's percent that the next will be for the guidelines is handled. So, but there's also an important part of the but this can be very long. So,
Si sente?
Sai che
very
sono
demanding
sicuro.
side of the supervisor or the student.
Qualcuno?
Sonia,
Sonia, puoi andare nella...
Yes. Yes, but the other one is yes, but wait. Yeah, we're almost ready to.
questo
Non c'è se qualcuno lo risponde.
vediamo. Però adesso mi sembra che sono due.
Hello, do you hear me online? Okay, so good morning everyone, and sorry for this few minutes delay. We had technical issues. Thank you very much for everyone for being here. Thank you, first of all, for the project partnership, the DesignMatters project partnership, which involves about the arts from Barcelona, Lusofonics from Portugal, the Institute from Spain, as well as English Association, Itinerary Parallel, and us, of course, Sapienza University of Rome. I would like to, I will be your host today. Yes?
Yes, this capability is quite.
No? The volume is low? Okay, I try to speak closer to the mic. So, I will be your host today, and I would like to take also the greetings from Professor Maria Chiara Romano, Director of the Department of Planning, Design and Technical Architecture, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. This is an department in some way, as the name implies, so we involve both design and both branches of design, as well as technical architecture and urban planning. But more in particular, this and our department involves also PhD programs in planning, design, and architecture, and another one is service design for public sector, which in particular collaborates with the design projects. On the other hand, the project is carried out in collaboration with the interdepartmental research and design research, for which I pass the word to the director of the center.
Okay. Good morning to everybody, to the people that are here and online. Of course, I'm already in glad to introduce the greetings from the Urban Center. And let me just to spend very few words about the Interdepartmental Center. Has been the first one. It was instituted in 2012. And it was the first one at the university level that was dedicated in particular on the design research from a multidisciplinary point of view. Because we, in our department, in our center, there are people from two different departments of science, around 12 departments that move from engineering to cultural studies, from medicine to management, of course, all disciplines related to design in general, architectural design, historical design, restoration, and so on. And of course, these kinds of projects, the project like DesignMatters, the one that you are presenting today, discussing today, is one of the principal goals of the Department Center, because the goal is to develop research that is very connected with as we call, third mission of the university. Therefore, some the research that are open to the public, to the community, to the society, not only to the companies, because of course we organize also research that is more close to the innovation, technological innovation, but the social innovation in some way is part of our role. And therefore, I'm very happy to be here, because this means that what we are doing, or in particular, what the people that in our intergovernmental center are working in these fields are doing, and therefore, I want to wish you to have very insightful days, and we hope to see the next steps of the project. Therefore, thank you very much.
Okay, good morning everyone. What to do? Very nice to be very familiar places. I know some of these people, because I meet them right every day. Some of them not every day, but in person. And I'm very happy to see many people here that I've been meeting online for the project, and at least at the end we're going to be in person. I think that one of the other values of this project is that we network with people that might be far away, and we can really speak together in person and start with a strong relationship. So it's really nice to see many of these people here that have been meeting online so far. At least, at the end, we come in Rome, and I really wish that you enjoy your Rome, sunny days. So that's also really good news. I'm here speaking now. I'm bringing the greetings of the PhD program in Strategic Design for Public Sector and Humus Association. First one I need to share. Our PhD program in Strategic Design for Public Sector is very strongly involved in this project. Many of the PhD students here, you can see that here, are really working not only in the audience but also supporting the project, and they'll be working for this conference after. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Victor. Thank you to Luca. Thank you to everyone to be working for this conference today. The PhD program is very designed for public sector. Is coming now at its third year, so it's a very young project. We started a little bit more than 2 years ago, and it is connecting a number of different universities. So it's not only centered in Rome, against the University of Rome, but we are also including Polytechnic of Milano, University of Bologna, and City of Florence, City of Rome, University of Venice, And we also international partners like they call the design Atlantic Ground. So it's really an international English, it's an international program which is growing up, and of course, part of the project, the research of our students, of the PhD students, are related to inclusion, of course, so it's very strictly connected with the topic of the project, of the Erasmus Plus project. I'm also bringing the greetings of Humus Association. I just started my new mandate, second mandate as the president. As you know, Humus Association is connecting together nearly 400 schools of design all around the world. So it's a large network. There's a strong, Humus of course is very proud to be included in the partnership of this project. We organize 2 conferences a year. Next one is going to be South Africa, and we're going to go to Greece in Athens in the spring. But we also have other, networking activities, like we have the Humus PhD network, which is connecting all the PhD programs all around the world, and we have also a series of publications where, of course, we disseminate the research of our peers, of our members. Again, inclusion is very important for Humus Association. As you can imagine, Humus is a network of diversity. At some point, we celebrated this year 55 years of the association. We started as a European association, then we got global. So diversity is at the very, very core of the values of Humus. We just signed a declaration, Humus Design Declaration, where it is speaking a lot also about inclusion. So I think all of this is coming together. And I really wish, a very nice work today, and also tomorrow, we're going to be tomorrow. And have fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the next session, I would like to invite all the participants of the DesignMatters Erasmus Plus project. First of all, Mariana, as well as the other partners, Francisco, Lauren Lorenzo here, as well as the project. So please come all here.
Gruppo microfono. Aspetta. Victor.
Non è necessario.
Io metterei soltanto Black Magic qui. Il suono potrebbe venire. One moment, sorry. Ma non ho capito. Se metti qua, qui, sul microfono, e metti solo Black Magic. No, microfono. Black Magic. Che dovrebbe essere quel microfono lì. Tu adesso stai prendendo anche il microfono del computer.
Yes, because otherwise it comes to a certain thing, I forget others. I have to kill myself first.
Let me check if online it sounds better. It's going to take a few seconds due to a streaming delay. Sorry, there was a moment of issue with the microphone. So first of all, I would like to invite Mariona to present briefly the general goals of the project. We will show you maybe the website then also.
Please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So please.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for being here. I see myself a little bit doubled. Thank you, especially Sapienza for having us here. and Victor especially also for coordinating all this and doing all this production so fast and so efficiently. I think we are all very, very thankful to you. Well, my name is Mariona Moncunill. I'm here representing BAU College of Arts and Design from Barcelona. Alejandra Lopez Gabrielidis is also here with me. We are both researchers at BAU. And Alejandra is as well the director of the PhD program, which is something very relevant for this project and for us. In my case, I'm also coordinating this project together with Cecilia, who did the coordination of the first half of the project and did a great job with it. I will try to talk very generally about the project. You have the website. There's quite a lot of information there, and there will be more information to come in the near future. The title of the project, as you can see, is DesignMatters: Nurturing Inclusive and Innovative Design Research. I think that we already have discussions on on many of these concepts that are in the title. The project is funded by the Erasmus Plus program. There's quite a few, as you have probably already seen in the logos. Maybe we can see the consortium. We are quite a few partners. BAU, Sapienza University, Itinerari Paralleli, Federica is there, RMIT University, Lusofona, Cumulus. I'm not going to introduce them all because we are all here and everybody's going to talk by themselves. But if at some point you need to talk to any of us, you can just check it again and see who we are. The project is aiming at fostering diversity, inclusion, and innovation in research design, especially in PhD programs. This is, I think it's very easy to say and very difficult to do. And that's why the project is very specially focusing on producing resources to actually implement this in PhD programs and in higher education institutions. So we are going to develop training resources that want to encourage critical reflections on inclusion and diversity, and to actually make, even if it's small, real changes. At least this is one of the reasons why BAU is involved in this project. BAU is a private university. So as you can imagine, this is already a problem for diversity most of the times. There's also other chances that we are trying to take, like this project. So we are really hoping that this project will affect and change certain things about our program to make it, of course, better in this direction. The project is 2 year long. We are more or less halfway. What we have been doing so far, apart from knowing each other and learning how to work together in the distance, it's one first package of work that was related to gathering actual information on these issues. You can see, thank you, Victor. You can see the results in the results page. This is part of the results of what we have done so far. Those are several reports on these findings of this first stage that were done especially through interviews, through focus groups. Maybe some of you here have participated in some of them. And this has been helping us to design these future outputs that will be these training modules, especially, and that we hope to be able to share with you during the next spring, probably. Yes, these reports are a bit dry. They're just reports. We hope to have more interesting, maybe easy to follow elements in the future. But please, we would love people to read this as well. And for sure, you can find issues you want to discuss. And in the near future, if you want to do that, please contact us. And we will be very happy to continue these discussions. What else? In the website, you can see also the information about this conference, but as you can see, it's in plural. This means that we'll have another conference in the future, like a twin conference to this one, in spring in Barcelona. At that point, hopefully we will have also other parts of the project that will be finished and that we'll be able to share with you. If you cannot come to Barcelona, which will be a pity, you can also follow this online for sure, like we are doing now with people from other countries. So please keep checking the website for information, or you can also join our hub. This hub is now at a beginner's stage. Please make your profile if you don't have one yet. This hub, in here we are sharing basic information on the project, but its purpose, okay, that's me a lot of years ago, but the purpose of the hub is that everybody, the community of students, PhD students, supervisors, people involved in research and design in a broad sense, could join and discuss wherever you need to discuss, share resources, doubts, problems of your PhD journey, wherever, you never know. Doesn't necessarily have to be about diversity. Diversity is there anyway. The issues of diversity are there anyway all the time in any problems that we have in this journey of doing PhDs and accompanying PhDs and so on. So any discussion will be welcome. So please join also the hub. It will be also very helpful to us, so we can test how it goes. And I think that's all on my side. I will be here all day long also. If you want to just catch me and discuss something privately with me, I will be happy to do so also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I would ask Francisco. We will go partner by partner and illustrate our role, the role of our institution in the project through our previous activities and upcoming activities as well. So please, Francisco.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to start by thanking again Victor and Lorenzo and Sapienza for the wonderful hosting and the organization. Of course, welcoming everyone to the conference and to be able to share. It's a pleasure to be able to share the project with you. I'm a design researcher and a coordinator of research at Lusófona University in design, and our contribution is I think complementary to all the other partners, as we are part of a lab, a research lab titled Center for Other Worlds, and as we don't have a PhD program, we are contributing to this project as having a more or less marginal approach to design research, in the way that we work through different design networks spread in different areas of the world, and with researchers who are doing work that doesn't necessarily fit the conventional canons of design, and therefore this marginal approach and ways of working is what brought us to the project. I thought of making this introduction by maybe raising some issues in relation to what we're doing, and also because I know there are some PhD students here with us today, and I think some of these problems that we are facing are useful for your journey. I think we often start with a lot of big ambitions, as we should, and then as time progresses, we end up realizing that all we will be able to do maybe is doing a small, maybe tiny, humble contribution to complex issues and often messy. And I think this project is also an illustration of that. Of course, it's a design research project with big ambitions, with the task of also making a cohesive body of work with very different contributions, with people with different research interests, different research specialities, a lot of homework to be done. I speak also especially for myself, in some areas that are attributed to us that we need to study, and we need to find specialists and experts who can help us in accessing knowledge that we are not prepared to do with a substance that the time requirements of the project demand. And also to learn to embrace contradictions as part of the research process. And we're dealing with many issues in this project specifically that are systemic, and often we find ourselves thinking that what are we going to do, and how are we going to intervene in systemic issues with manifestos and videos and small modules and training programs, and finding ourselves in this scenario of patching up instead of doing something that is fundamental and profoundly transformative, if the issues that we are facing require a cultural shift more than small notes of information or knowledge that can somehow improve what's happening, especially on issues that are national, regional, cultural, continental, and that are personal, that are cultural, and then all of this creates a very complex and messy terrain that we've been navigating for the past months. And so we've been realizing, especially, I speak for myself, of course, that maybe the creation of support systems and structures is more important than patching up. But then we also face the challenges of maintaining these structures. And branching out is also very difficult to do when the project only lasts for 2 years, because we are not reinventing or inventing anything. There are many associations, many communities of practice, academic or non-academic, who have been working on these issues for many decades in different parts of the world. And so sometimes we have this mandate supposedly to address these issues in a fundamental way, but we can only make a humble contribution to all these issues. And to not be very long and to just close, I will just go back to the working package 2, which now can be seen from a different perspective, with a series of interviews, 34 interviews we did. And we notice these different contradictions in all their glory, the supervisory intentions, and a lot of work from a personal point of view that sometimes it is at odds with the departments for which these supervisors work from, which in turn exist within an institution, which also can also be in conflict or at odds with the department, which is composed of different people. So I think this 3-level, supervisory, departmental, and institutional, then adds the culture that can be regional, national, continental, and then it becomes quite clear the messiness of the task that we have at hand. And I think that to close this introduction, the tools needed, or the main tools needed that were highlighted in the interviews, were tools on anti-racism and sexism and transphobia, awareness of alternative resources or repositories beyond hegemonic ones, academic networks of non-hegemonic academic communities, and a lot of work on the neurodivergent doctoral candidates, and decentralizing, and they decentralize and vary in focus, and instead of being part of a single comprehensive package. So this idea that we can create an array of different training packages that people can choose and pick, it's something interesting to consider if we should condense or have this small dispersed quantity of information or knowledge to be transferred, and then sometimes, or almost always, invariably, everything comes to funding and systemic issues in the university. Includes funding and human resources and physical spaces. So what we are talking about here is inevitably steering towards funding, and how can we maintain these networks or these support systems that supposedly our project is going to build and nurture over time. And ultimately this will make sure that the good work and the good practices don't rely exclusively on the goodwill and the good intentions and efforts of isolated supervisors, but on the structures that are in place in the institutions that produce the knowledge and the diversity we want to see, not only with the project but continuously. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. I would, at this point, go on with Lorraine for the contribution of RMIT.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Lorraine Vaughan. I am a professor of design at RMIT University and the research director at RMIT Europe. So to explain, RMIT University is based in Australia, and we have a research hub center focused in Barcelona, and it, as well as we have a campus in Vietnam where we also have PhD students. So we have doctoral education in all of the locations. We've been offering practice-orientated or based PhDs for about 30 years, starting from architecture and then evolving. So I'm involved, or we're involved in this project, or have via our Barcelona connection, but drawing on our experience in other locations to bring in the international and expand our that component of the project. In addition to all that has been said, we've particularly contributed into Work Package 2 in relation to cultural work and cultural difference, cultural awareness, which is something I will be talking about tomorrow because of our explicit situation in Australia with First Nations knowledges and roles. We've also been contributing to the work of looking at joint PhDs and cote-tutelles, because this is an increasingly common or popular way of looking at building diverse doctoral experiences for researchers in their development, but they do require quite a lot of negotiation, because even though I would say after my many years working in the field, we are always examining towards the same outcome, but how we get there can be quite different. And so even within the team we have here, we have quite similar yet different doctoral program models, different national models and expectations. Globally, you know, the North American PhD is quite different to a European PhD. And so the training or the preparation of how you prepare someone, some people refer to the PhD as a training, we do in Australia as a training program. And so in a European context, I think looking at the modules that we are developing and the work packages against the research training expectations of the European Union is also something that is quite interesting, because increasingly it's not just about your capacity to research or know a lot about a topic. It's also about preparing you for what it is to pursue new knowledge from a personal experience, from intercultural, from all of the diversity demands, from the impacts of technologies. And these are what is being looked at through the European Commission as being what is expected of a researcher, and then that your career would progress based on those increasingly. So that's the kind of area that I think that as a university we have the opportunity to contribute, as well as extensive experience in practice-based PhDs, which is also talking to what is design. What does it mean to research in, through, for design, to use whichever framework you choose to adopt? And what does it mean with some of the new fields like service design? What does it mean in strategic? What does it mean when AI comes into the fact? Because is AI another aspect of diversity that we should think about? Maybe. So yeah, so that's the kind of contribution that we're bringing, and I hope we can bring to the work package and the resources and the various activities. And I look forward to hearing everyone speaking today, and for the students involved in the activities tomorrow to having a closer conversation with you. So thank you, and thank you to all the organisers.
Okay. Next up, thank you. So next up, I would like to ask Professor Lorenzo Imbesi to talk briefly about the role of Cumulus Association.
Thank you. I'm getting back here. Thank you. Well, I've already introduced Cumulus Association as a large network of nearly 400 members all around the world. And in practical terms, we are leading the work package 5, which is about communication, dissemination, and engagement. And we try as much as we can to go also beyond Europe, since we are a global network, so to reach also other parts of the world. Other than that, we also contributed to WP2, which is about identifying the skills and support needs of PhD supervisors and students, and WP4, which is about organizing online training sessions for supervisors. But more than that, I would say that after being, working on dissemination and supporting dissemination of the project, it is about community building. I mean, I guess, it's the keyword that is even more important, that is also going beyond academia to reach also, the civil society and the industry and many, many different kind of stakeholders. Having said that, I would like also to spend a word about the fact that when we speak about inclusion here, we also have to remember that we cannot have inclusion without peace. It's a difficult time worldwide, and we have so many partners all around the world as Cumulus, and we know how much now at this point it's difficult to be international and to work on internationalization. It needs a very strong effort around peace building and, of course, inclusion at the same time. And I think that this project and the work we're doing is pretty much going on that side. And as designer, we have a big role and big commitment with our students as educators, but also in our professional side, where we work with stakeholders and society in order to have a completely different approach from what we see and feel, which is coming around all around the world. So I think it's important to speak, also to introduce this small element here, which is pretty much also at the center of the idea and the topic of inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I would ask Valentina or Federica from okay, that mic.
Voila. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And especially thank you, Sapienza, for hosting us and all the partners for being here. It's an emotion to meet in person after a while that we worked together. I'm here with my colleague Federica. We work for Itinerari Paralleli, which is a social enterprise based in northern Italy, but we work mostly on the whole country. And here I think we are the strange partner because we're not connected directly to the academia or to university. And this is also why we are in the project as a bridge between academia and civil society. We are a social enterprise working mainly on culture-led urban regeneration. We work mostly with public administrations, but also the private sector or the foundations that do like philanthropic projects. And our approach really puts the people at the center as we do participatory programs and processes with people, with the civil society. And this is also we were interested in the project, and we joined the partners because inclusion is a strong topic for us as well. As you know, when you do participatory projects, the people that are involved are able to shape the output and the result we work together towards. And this is why for us working on inclusion is very important, because letting people be able to join the processes is also a way of empowering them and of shaping the outputs in a way that is more inclusive from the very beginning. So this is what we are doing here, trying to bridge and mix the knowledge from the academia and the university to the outside world. We were leading the previous working package number 2, which the other partners mentioned already, and it was very interesting to gather all the information and to assess the situation with the supervisors and students, but also with people that are designers or even not designers, working with the civil society again. To gather their insights, their needs, and this is our starting base for the upcoming working packages. So keep following us and the results of the project, because I think we will have really important insights to share after these 2 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Valentina. At this point, I take back the word to present briefly the role of Init Sapienza in this project. So we have the honor of leading the work package 3, which is about co-creating innovative resources for diversity in design. So we will, in this ongoing work package, we are working on multiple types of resources, both for PhD students to carry out their research more inclusively, as well as for supervisors and the institutions themselves, in order to help them to be more structurally inclusive and respect diversity. In particular, we with the training modules that we are working on, we try to focus on the big picture. So try to systematize the different contributions from the other partners in a sort of PhD journey map, in which we have to collocate the measures that help to mitigate different kinds of diversity from gender or ethnicity or ability based, and help PhD students to carry out their research in a more inclusive way according to the specific steps of the research. Moreover, in the upcoming phases, we will carry out in work package 4. We help the training, the testing of these training packages. We at Sapiens, as mentioned, we have multiple PhD programs, and in Italy in general, we have a very strong network of PhD programs, and therefore we will do our best to verify the tools that we are developing in multiple scenarios. I think that's all for for this session. If there is, we have a few more minutes left, so if there is any question or reflection about the project, this is a good moment to do. We are open for questions or reflections if there is any. Otherwise, we can go for our first coffee break after. Yeah.
Just a moment. I mean, I can see in the audience, of course, there are all the partners of the project, and it's very good to, and which is also, you know, a sign of diversity. But at the same time, we have the students of the PhD program and the students of the Master of Science in Products and Service Design, which is an international program. And we can see really, let's say, an audience which is rich of diversity. Not only gender diversity, but also cultural diversity, completely different people coming from any part of the world. It's not only Europe, it's global, you know. You can see many completely different faces, and I think this is very important to merge together and to work on this idea of diversity together and to speak about this also with them, because I mean this is a really very good sign and let's say, to send to the future.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, please. Can you come here for the mic?
Are there any plans to offer some kind of research exchange between the universities also, or is it just kind of stay within the conference shape?
Is that a proposal? I think this will have to go to the wish list probably. As Francisco was saying, for now the project is quite small and its limits as well. But of course, I think one of the purposes of such project is the relationships that we can engage with, and yeah, maybe we should keep that more in mind for the future coming, to be able to promote this, not just to do some exchanges, but to find funding, proper funding for such kind of exchanges. That is something very relevant to make them possible, actually, and make them with certain equality and have chances for real diversity. I don't know what you think about that. Maybe we we can add this at our agenda for tomorrow's meeting.
There is one PhD student, Lorenzo? No, I've forgotten his name, who's coming from La Sapienza to RMIT in a few weeks' time. Lorenzo, in the next month. So he's
another Lorenzo.
Another Lorenzo. It's confusing. Lorenzo, Lorraine.
That's how we select students.
It's easy. So we do have one exchange that's part of your program, and they're coming to us at RMIT in Barcelona in the next month.
I think indeed, since obviously there is an interest towards this, the topic of inclusion in all these universities, it's quite. It would be quite a good idea to have PhD students to exchange. PhD programs are in general very welcome exchanges and promote exchanges even without extra funding. But probably if we manage to establish that, it would be a good idea.
Yeah. By the way, our PhD program is including at least 3 months of research in another country, in another partner, you know, around the world, not only in Europe, but also around the world. You know, RMIT is one of them. So I guess this is, you know, very important for any student, because it's not only about including the idea of diversity, but also enriching their, you know, academic part. So that's already part of, and we have also many Erasmus students in our program at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no more questions or reflections for now, we can move on with the first coffee break. Therefore, I would invite the in-presence audience to move to the library where we have the catering set up, and we will come back at 11:30 with the first session of keynotes. This will be a double session of keynotes. So first we will have Till Trix from Royal College of Art, and then Thomas Stemka from Bau College of Arts and Design Barcelona. So stay tuned online, and see you later.
Makes life easy.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. As I said previously, we are starting this first keynote session. We have 2 keynote sessions during the day, 1 and 2 keynotes per each session. And we will start with Teal Tricks from Royal College of Art, moderated by Lorraine. So please.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Teal, and because Teal has a long and interesting career, I'm going to read her bio, which I don't normally do, but it's my pleasure to welcome Teal Trigg. She is the Professor of Graphic Design and Postgraduate Research Lead in the School of Communication at the Royal College of Art. Teal is a leading figure, for those of you who don't know, in the scholarship of graphic design history, as well as, and her research particularly focuses on feminist practices, intercultural communication, and design education. She is a principal fellow of the Higher Education Academy and was shortlisted for the Times Higher Education Research Supervisor Award in 2024. She's also the founder member of the Women's Design Plus Research Unit and co-editor of Design Issues, MIT Press. So we can be sure that she will have much to share with us today. So it's my pleasure. To you.
Great. Good morning. I was told this microphone was better, so hence I'll kind of be leaning this way and looking this way at the same time. I want to say many thanks to the organizers of Design Matters, or the Design Matters organizers, and particularly to Lorraine for the special invitation to come and speak with you today. I think the opportunity to be able to attend this semination event and share with you some of my observations on promoting inclusion, diversity, and innovation in doctoral education and design is not just about me talking at you, but hopefully we can talk with each other during the course of the Q&A, but also in terms of the day-long program. I wanted to come because I wanted to learn something from you. So again, thanks for the opportunity to be able to do that. I've been asked to speak to my experiences in relation to gender identity, and I hope to outline an institutional shift to promoting a wider culture of diversity. My own practice has been feminist in nature, and as postgraduate research lead in the School of Communication at the Royal College of Art, my pedagogical interests focus on research degrees, and in particular, the ways we might build a community of communication and design researchers. As we all know in this room, one of the criteria of the PhD degree is to meet the standards of an appropriate independent research practice. Though perhaps unexpectedly, ways of understanding what independent means might be achieved through a more collaborative approach to learning. So to explore this idea, I'll describe one UK-based model, and indeed there are many other approaches to consider. But these are based on my experiences in the School of Communication, where we foster an active research community, forever forward-looking, wherein members support each other as they become independent researchers. By doing so, we ask in what ways a research community might share and critically reflect on approaches to an understanding of gender identity, as part of a wider context of equality, diversity, and inclusion in design research. If we step back in time, so let your imaginations kind of go back to the Victorian era in England. As England was emerging from the Victorian period, upper and middle class women were increasingly present in the art academies, such as the Royal Academy of Art, the Slade School of Art, and the Female School of Design, or through female studio systems providing mentoring and individualized tutoring. Women from upper and middle classes were encouraged, as one historian has written, to study applied and decorative arts, as exemplified in the South Kensington model, rather than the fine arts that were viewed as serious art study for men. So already you're seeing some divisions taking place in terms of educational backgrounds. Now, the South Kensington model, which is where the Royal College of Art, the area in London where the Royal College of Art is situated, included the RCA, which had emerged out of the National Art Training School, which was aligned to the Victoria and Albert Museum. Bestowed with the royal prefix in 1896, the RCA's remit was to train teachers, but also to promote vocational training routes into industry and the applied arts as part of Prince Albert's vision of combining the arts, sciences, and industry. So this was meant to be kind of a national center, kind of a hub of activity in the South Kensington area, and that the Royal College would feed into that in some kind of way. So embedded in Victorian social mores meant gender divisions were embedded in aspects of the key curriculum, most notably teaching women separately from the men. And here you can see two images of the drawing classes at the RCA, one for women and one for men, at different times, obviously. More widely, the historian Emily Goldstein argues that such divisions based on gender led to placing women in subordinate roles, whilst the men were given the opportunity to specialize in higher paying roles. Men entered the professional business of designing, and often women designers were expected to work as amateurs. Such were the gender injustices of the 1900s that led Sylvia Pankhurst, an RCA student and two-year National Scholarship Award winner and a key player in the British suffrage movement, regularly tormented the principal of the RCA, Augusta Spencer, in surfacing systemic issues around discrimination at the college. And this is the 1900s. For example, in 1905, only 3 out of 16 women were awarded scholarships, a disproportionate ratio of merit to the number of women to men enrolled at the RCA. Pankhurst partly attributed this low number to the fact that the principal knew who the applicants were, rather than adhering to a process commonly practiced by other art schools elsewhere of applicant anonymity to avoid institutional sexism. Pankhurst even persuaded the Labour MP, James Keir Hardie, to raise the matter in the House of Commons in the form of a parliamentary question. So here's the power of one individual woman as a student at the RCA, taking it all the way up to Parliament in terms of some of the kind of systemic issues that she and other women in the institution had been involved with. So fast forward to today. I briefly want to pinpoint where the biggest problems exist in relation to gender equality in a UK context. And this is an image of some of the PhD students at the Royal College of Art from across the college, not just the School of Communication, who came together to support the School of Communication PhD students in the launch of a publication called Itinerant Space Papers. And I'll come back to this in a moment. In 2023, the UK Council for Graduate Education reported that the percentage of postgraduate researchers remained steady at 50% women, 49% men, and 1% as other, leading the report's authors to conclude that overall in UK higher education, the gender balance remains in favor of women across the undergraduate, postgraduate taught, and postgraduate research student population. On a more local level, I've indicated on the slide as well that the RCA's postgraduate research survey indicates that around 67% women identify as women, 30% of the students as men, and 1.7% as non-binary, and nearly 1% as other, which suggests to me a similar division to the UK picture, but across a wider sense of gender identification. However, while the ratios are encouraging and what looks like ongoing support for women in academia, a discrepancy remains in how we look at the proportion of women to men in the context of design practice and related industries. This is what I would like to turn to next. I'm founder member of the Women's Design Research Unit, as Lorraine alluded to, or WDRU, which we established in 1994 with my colleagues Liz McQuiston and Sean Cook. And it was at a time in the 1990s in the UK when feminist type designers and academics were up against a preponderance of male speakers in the West. A design studio culture was aligned with football playing, beer drinking, and late night working hours. We were also faced with the Western great men canon for the design field. And all these kind of components, we began to question what was going on within our kind of own localized area of design research practice, design education, and design practice. But as design educators, we were also aware of this higher ratio of women to men in the design classroom, whilst the ratio was not reflected in the UK workforce. So between between 2019 and 2022, I led a collaborative research project called Brave New Normal, which was between WDRU and the Hidden Women of Design and various other people who were involved, which sought to question the received narratives about career life cycles while exploring how different kinds of knowledge are valued to inform future working practices in the post-pandemic landscape. When participants were asked which factors affected women in the workplace, the three main hindrances were noted as a male-dominated and male-dominated-led industry, invisibility of female leaders, and a lack of respect or recognition. Some of the secondary themes suggested bias and or discrimination, inequality of pay, and lack of flexible working provision. The report went on to observe participants repeatedly described the systemic issues of working in male-led design studios or practices. Recent research reports that 78% of the UK's in-work designers are male, as compared with 53% across the general workforce. However, more than half of the students are completing the creative arts and design degrees, and around 63% are women. In spite of larger numbers of women studying and subsequently entering the industry, participants suggested they remain in junior design positions unless they establish their own studios. Several participants indicated their salaries were not commensurate with male colleagues, yet they had been recruited by women. So you can see the complexity of the landscape in terms of both educational, training backgrounds, and the ratio and the proportions of women to men in the design studios. Moving into industry, which flips that ratio, but nonetheless perhaps enhances some of the systemic issues that women had engaged with. And remember, this was also a report being done during the pandemic and the immediate post-pandemic period, where freelancers in particular were the hardest hit. So as I said, many women went into running their own studios, and so they had all the added complications of life scenarios and carers working, helping parents and so forth, in addition to their own practices. So what does EDI look like in doctoral studies? And in the UK, I would argue that there are three levels of academic support for PhD students. You have the supervisors, you have doctoral training, and then at the RCA, we've got more localized school-based methods of intent program, which is what I call our seminar series, where we bring in guest lecturers, we have workshops, we work collectively together in terms of understanding some of the issues around research methods and methodologies, what research looks like, post-graduation, and so forth. So hopefully it's a really conversational space. And so I try to bring some of the principles of feminist practice that we engage with in the Women's Design Research Unit and have thought about equality, inclusion, and diversity into the classroom and what that might look like, and more importantly, what the student researchers are engaging with themselves and how they might want to feed into that conversation. I'd also like to state that obviously the RCA is in a very privileged educational space, which for me makes it all the more important that we engage with EDI issues and look at some of these systemic issues that are existing within the institution, but also in the wider context that we may or may not have any influence over. I would like to say that the RCA and our PhD program has been very keen to diversify its staff base. It's much more representative of the kinds of students, researchers that we have. And we've been actively decolonizing the curricula and importantly, including the diversification of its library resources. And we have a very active library staff who are really hot off the mark on all this, and amazing new collections of books, zines, things that help support the studies of the researchers, particular research, but also their kind of positioning and worldviews. So again, the library being absolutely central to some of these conversations. I would also say that at the RCA, students, and remember it's a postgraduate institution only, we have no undergraduate degrees, so it does make a slight difference in terms of the kind of dynamics that we're talking about, but that at the center of the institution are the students, and they sit on all of our major committees and they feed into decision-making processes. So they're involved in some of the policy making around EDI or inclusivity, diversity, and inclusion. So as a result of the student voice appearing in forums and informal institutional committees, it's not to say that the system is perfect. But what's important is that it's students and staff working together to look at this kind of ever-evolving process and importantly critique and how it might be embedded within the programs that we're all involved with. So care, community, conversation, curiosity, and collaboration are areas that I feel are very important in terms of what relates to my own personal classroom practice. We start with the premise of a non-hierarchical environment, and seminars are timed to consider childcare arrangements and workplace office hours. We foster an approach to doctoral learning built on feminist principles, as I said, care, community, conversation, curiosity, and collaboration. Our researchers are keen to further and deepen their knowledge of methods and methodologies while enjoying regular points of contact with peers. It's a series of weekly seminars, our Methods of Intent program, and we hold not only talks and workshops, but we seek to deepen the insights into communication research through peer-to-peer engagement. The intent of Methods of Intent is to share and expand our collective understanding of the multifarious ways in which communication research might be critically explored, tested, and disseminated through theoretical and practical ways of knowing. It brings the students' prior knowledges into the classroom and expands and importantly disrupts them. Conversations are initiated by walking together, by sharing cultural foods, including cake, coming back to the title of this talk, listening together, and participating in interactive workshops. They highlight differences and often redefine a researcher's positionality. Now, Methods of Intent discourages learning hierarchies. Instead, it supports open, transparent research conversations, fostering mutual respect and collaborative working practices. In other words, Methods of Intent provides the scaffolding for research conversations, while other forms help look at ways in which we can collaboratively come together to discuss our research. And I'd like to talk about two of them at the moment, just to give you kind of an example of the applied practice of our EDI policies and the way that we like to operate within the classroom. Now, I think we've got two aspects going on in this slide. And on one side, you see itinerant space, which is a digital publication, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. And then also itinerant space papers. And if you remember back to the previous slide with the statistics and the launch, this was the publication that the School of Communication students were involved with that reflected their areas of research interest. And it's only available in a printed form. So we're looking at digital, online, more external-facing dissemination, but also opportunities within a printed format to think through some of the areas around their research. But importantly, the kind of process in which we undertake that discussion to understand what the research is about. Both of these aspects are student-led. I'm there to help guide and to kind of be an interface with the institution and sign off the checks, the kinds of things that you need to develop these kinds of projects. But it's really at the heart of what the students are interested in doing in terms of coming together to have these conversations. So in terms of the kinds of approaches that are taken around both these publications, the students run zine making workshops to look at the different kind of practices that they have, but also the different kinds of methods and methodologies. They also look at the kind of relatedness of research or the dissimilarities between the research. And then how do you pull that together in terms of a research narrative for the body of students, the cohort that's involved in these projects. It very much promotes, in terms of the printed publication, very low-tech making practices. So again, you don't have to have high-end digital skills to be able to participate. It also provides an opportunity to very fast dissemination, to test things, to prototype things quite quickly, whilst the whole time having those conversations between each other in terms of thinking through some of these juxtapositions of research projects. It also provides the opportunity to personalize editions through the inclusion of bookmarks. In this case, you can see the pink and yellow bookmarks sticking up in the publication, which are filled with quotes from individual researchers. And the bookmark becomes something that can move throughout the publication depending on the reader's interest. And also we have hand-stamped covers and very keen on recycling. So this project has run for 2 years now, and we had the box sets done in 2024. We had some of the box sets left over. So 2025 used the same box sets as 2024, did hand stamping of 2025 edition, and those people that were involved in 2025 got both years of the publication in one box set. So it became a limited edition. And this also became important for the researchers to look at their practice and how it had developed over a 2-year period. So we did reflective workshops to engage with kind of what have we done, how can we do it better, what might we have learned from this particular process. Now, the research in the cohorts that we have at the moment do not shy away from difficult and often controversial subject matter. And this includes political and cultural censorship, the ethics of academic freedom, challenges of community dynamics, and participatory practices, and also kind of the historical and Western canons of design. So the students' research itself is constantly critiquing and problematizing where it's positioned, where it's headed, who it's for, and so forth. So the second project is Itinerant Space Online. And I'm not going to talk to the individual researchers' projects that are included on the online version. I've given you the URL. I really encourage you to look through this. What I will say is that the publication is housed in the School of Communication, but it operates across all the PhD programs within the RCA. So this is about moving outside of your kind of comfort zone, your kind of local area of knowledge, and beginning to look at interdisciplinarity, different positionalities within disciplines, and how that's brought into the conversations. What it also does, importantly, is to provide opportunity for an applied practice. So those students that are interested in academic publishing and the role of practice in academic publishing and how it's formatted, how it's discussed, and so forth, nominate to become editors. So it's a very self-elected process. And so our editorial team involves the current cohort of students in the School of Communication. But our peer review panel moves across the RCA. And I think one of the really important things is that it provides all the students an opportunity to engage in disrupting conventional academic practices in publishing. So they themselves are looking at new ways of peer review, how they might operate together to have shared learning, to bring that knowledge across the different disciplines, and everybody learn in terms of different ways of thinking, how it applies to them, the articulation of their knowledge, and so forth. And out of this, innovation begins to occur. So again, a very important space for this to be happening. Now, I think it's also important that the Methods of Intent program is not seen in isolation. So many of the issues that are raised there come into conversations through the publishing route, but vice versa. They go back into Methods of Intent as well. And I just want to highlight some of the kind of key areas of debate that have emerged and some of the ways the student researchers have engaged with that. So debates, for example, include peer review, which has been contentious in academic publishing, especially for the way power relations, including gender-related, have held back certain groups. This has led to jettisoning of an old model of anonymous blind reviewing and giving way to the creation of an open and transparent system, where the students meet and talk with each other about how best to foster the development of a contributor's works for publication. So the editors and the contributors are on the same level, and this is about sharing that knowledge and different ways of thinking about their research. This forum is informal, but not unrigorous. Arguments can be heated, but in general, talking through a problem works. Another example includes the format of the journal, which has been vigorously debated. One of the key questions the editors raised was how to capture the exploration of practitioners' processes in an online space. Their solution was to introduce a section of the journal called Sandbox. And this is an application where the journal that lends itself to a versatile digital canvas, where contributors have control over presenting their visual compositions of text, image, or time-based elements. This app offers a more playful, experimental approach to the display of research in progress for art and design practitioners. The results are spectacular and puts the practitioner's research on an equal level with text. And finally, conversations have ensued about developing an ethical approach, an inevitable focus for researchers. Debates on inclusion, freedom of speech, who is allowed to speak, and theories around class, decoloniality, and gender have underpinned Methods of Intent and the online journal. What's also been important is what constitutes ethical practices in terms of publishing processes, such as meeting website accessibility compliance, as one small example, a very important one. The editors have been proactive in promoting inclusive practices, such as facilitating workshops as part of the doctoral training program. These are based on clear ethical guidelines, which are circulated as part of the journal's open call for submissions. Each contributor has a say, and technical support is available for all. One of our PhD researchers observed just last week, our program is cultivating an ecosystem that supports the interest of the researcher and often reflects who we are as women, such as taking feminist approaches. And she, in this particular case, is a feminist and an amazing worker around EDI, and her research, PhD research itself, is very much in this space and looking at new ways that are playful, experimental, but help people think through in a much more comfortable level what equality, diversity, and inclusion means to them. And one of the things that I felt was very important about what she says, our voices aren't policed. And this is an acceptance that is redefining professionalism in research. So I think that's something really important to consider in relationship to the kind of academic domain, but also thinking about what this new sense of professionalism with an EDI underpinning in research consists of. So in conclusion, you can't solve gender equality in the classroom. but it is hoped that such student-led initiatives will help prepare researchers for encountering a biased workplace, and importantly, generate approaches which begin to imagine what a fairer future might look like. Doctoral studies need to acknowledge the problems in industry and explore ways to get around them. To be clear, this is a broader than a purely feminist approach. It is about allowing doctoral students to thrive as independent researchers within a new pedagogic culture of diversity, intersectionality, innovation, and sometimes subversive, but always with cake. Thank you very much.
As much as I hate microphones. Is that all right? Thank you. So now we have some time for some questions. And sorry, a bit cold. Are there any? Or anyone got a burning question, or shall I start off?
I have a question.
You have a question.
I have a question.
That's the wrong order.
I know it's the wrong order, but it's my subversive nature. And we don't have access to the online, so I don't know who's seeing us online in terms of if they've got any questions as well. But one of the things I'm very interested in, because we've got an amazing audience here today, and we've got doctoral students. What do you guys think? I mean, what is going on here in terms of your own practices? Are there collaborative projects going on within studios? Or are you being the more conventional independent researcher sitting in a library? In the case of England, we always have gloves on because it's cold in the libraries. Here it's beautiful. You can be outside sipping your espresso, not a cup of tea, that's in England. But I'm just thinking, I'll turn it back to the audience and just kind of any thoughts about collaboration in relationship to your individual research. Sorry, I'm doing a job.
You're going to have to come up. Otherwise, the people online can't hear it, or I have to repeat it, which will be worse.
Shall I go here? Yeah. Between you? Yeah. Thank you. Well, thanks for your speech. And, well, myself, yes, I'm collaborating with FAO. And I looked for this collaboration because I found that I couldn't see myself doing an academic research. I'm in my first year of my PhD, and speak at the microphone gives me anxiety.
Oh, don't worry, you're amongst friends.
Exactly. But I couldn't see myself doing an academic research, designing a public service for citizens without experiencing the citizens. So the only way to do it, it was to go into an organization and being able to understand their internal struggle, but also the struggle of the users out there. Because I guess design can play a role in several aspects. So, yeah, and yeah, that's my answer. And also thank you for also mentioning the gender gap, and it's interesting to see how things are shaping and evolving, especially in our field.
Yeah,
so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the fantastic things about working in the design fields is that we're kind of innately collaborators. We need to participate, we need to be actively engaged, we need to hear what people think in order to be able to support in the kinds of ways that we want to. And so it kind of, for me, it makes sense in terms of how the support of an institution enhances that, so it becomes an embedded practice across the academic delivery, as well as what you're doing in your research subject areas as well.
Based on that, I have a question, which is in your 5 Cs, 6 if you include cake, is the curiosity. And I think, so I'm interested to know how, in terms of gender or gender concerns, so like your last, your quote from your last the last quote from your student, is I'm interested to know the depth of curiosity around gender or gender input, gender perspective, gender influence on research practices. Because thinking back to the early part where you're talking about how the selection was based on people we knew, so there was less females. Then as we go into open peer review, there's actually quite easy to see the gender and quite either deliberately go for parity, but preferably with still quality. So if we bring that back to the idea of curiosity in regards to what does gender or how does gender influence research without giving us a full feminist output, but just what is there a curiosity between the students about that within the paradigms of inquiry?
So I would say there's a definite curiosity between the students about each other's research, but also about what they want to know and how they want to go about knowing it. And I think by the time you become a PhD researcher, you know, you've gone through an undergraduate program, perhaps an MA, or you've been out in industry and you're coming back at a PhD level, that it's often curiosity that's the driver in your own career and in that need to know or to find out to know that is so important. And so I think providing spaces, and we provide what I would say safe spaces in that it's non-judgmental, that it gives everybody an opportunity to speak or not to speak if they don't feel like it that day, to bring things in to discuss, that whilst we may have guest speakers in, they're there as kind of catalyst and prompts to get us thinking about different ideas and issues or theoretical models and what have you. And that it's the curiosity that drives the problematization of that. And also the curiosity that says, okay, how might I bring that little interesting tidbit as an influence or as a way of thinking? And how do I try it out in my research? How do I experiment with that and play with that? And so I think the itinerant space projects give a focus. It's kind of a shared activity with a goal in terms of we need an output, a form of dissemination in some kind of way. But it's still very much about having those conversations and facilitating those in a way. And the fact that the students are doing the facilitation, I mean, I'm sitting there enjoying the heck out of the fact I don't have to be the one in front of the classroom. I mean, this makes me very nervous. It feels very us and them at the moment, and that's not how I operate. I should have made everybody move the chairs into a circle before you sat down. But that it gives opportunities for the students to sometimes practice or to test out things that they've been doing in their research through a research method or a methodological approach. And so the other students become quite curious in that. I would also say that the School of Communication PhD community, as well as its supervisors, is incredibly diverse in its subject matter. It's communication in its very widest sense. Design does play a part of that, and obviously, increasingly, communication is a very important part of any kind of design practice, in particular, outputs and dissemination and working with people. But that the subjects will range from animation, illustration, sound arts, through to participatory practices, which are much more design focused, to looking at different kinds of theoretical or pedagogical models, or in the case of one of my PhDs, she's looking at the work of a historical figure who had very much been a feminist without being named feminist at that particular point in history. But again, the principles by which she was engaging with her own research practice and its influence on the Black Mountain College and the Bauhaus and so forth were quite significant. And using her practice as a way of doing that. So that's where the innovation is taking place. And that's curiosity. That's really wanting to know, and why do I need to know? And who do I want to know it as well, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I think that there's lots of strategies that that are used or have been used to try and overcome particularly gender bias in selection. And so if you're doing research with people or organizations, then we have to think about who are the people we work with. And it's an interesting thing between the idea of the blind peer review and distinctive explicit gender numbers. And an example it talks to the nuances of our gender assumptions. And I think it then helps us to really think through how we look at how we're doing our research. Is the Australian Chamber Orchestra was predominantly male with some women, and they needed to recruit more women into their orchestra. So they decided to do a blind, tryout. So they put up a curtain. So the musicians came and they walked onto the stage and they played, and the reviewers couldn't see them. And they still, at the end of it, recruited more men than women. Yet there was nothing to suggest that as musicians they were any better. They then did some follow-up research, and they identified that one of the issues, that what we would call unconscious bias, which in itself is problematic, was based on footsteps. So when they had the musicians walk in barefoot and you could not hear the shoe, they got much greater diversity and much greater female representation. And it's a fascinating example of like just the depth of when we're trying to work out how to have a more inclusive, even though we have every intention to be inclusive or to have gender diversity, that there can be these really odd subtleties. And the fact that we, the way we embrace gender now is more than male to female and that full spectrum, which then opens up even greater nuance. And so so these things of being curious, of working together as part of learning how to be a researcher and then doing research, and then ongoing career. I think it's really fascinating that it's much more nuanced. So if you go back to the early days of the RCA, where it was, well, I know them. Yeah. And now using open blind peer review, which may or may not then enable or disenable. Disable? Thank you. So thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions online, Victor, by chance? No. And I think we must be getting close to time. Yes? So thank you. If there's no others, thank you very much, Till. That was great.
Okay, so I will invite Marion and Tomas for the next session.
Are we ready?
one, it's a Ballard's ballad, a virtuous attempt to understand the street. To another, a frenetic word salad, meant to bewilder the place where space and place meet. Difficult to digest or easy to swallow. It's a matter of context, my love. My imprudently salacious can be your moral high ground, a sign to yield or one to follow. Instead of circumventing this wayward pole, sit down, block traffic, soak up the scene. Beguiled by this Ballardian Ballard, remind yourself, sometimes sitting on the sidewalk is just as necessary as a solitary stroll. Perfectly perpendicular streets, chamfered corners, no humor in their right angles, no joy at the crease where the asphalt kisses the pavement goodnight, no love in their eyes. I suppose that's what sets us apart. 15 minutes is never enough, but it's a start. May the urbanism that brought us together, that bound us together, that binds us, liberate our walks, if only for some hours, a momentary glimpse of a city to call ours. Give us a taste, which we crave, which we devour. Let us lick the concrete, a bench, and why not a tower? A picture without a photo can still be considered photography. So let us codify our walks as pure architectural cartography. Remember these words as you venture from here to there. Dwell on them at home, naked and bare. Cross-examine that walk to Aldi. Is it quotidian or is it queer? Sorry, anyways, I got lost in a thought. Buongiorno, bom dia, bon dia, and good morning. I am Thomas Stempke. Thank you to Sapienza for hosting us, and thank you for everyone for being here. It's fitting that I am here to talk about a European-funded conference on diversity, as I am not European, and I am from a country that has declared war on diversity. Here I am 33 years ago on my first day of school, except for a confounding case of color blindness, which partially explains my choice of bold lines, shapes, and bright colors. I am your run-of-the-mill, average, 2-meter-tall, genderqueer being from a relatively economically privileged background, a child of middle-class high school teachers in central Pennsylvania who has never had issues with having food on the table. There is, however, a caveat. I come from a wealthy country, but my family was never wealthy. We had a rule that every child would get $2,000 per year for education only until the bachelor's degree. In my country, 20 years ago when I graduated high school, the public university, Penn State University, cost $14,000 US a year, and then an additional $10,000 for room and board. Flash forward to 2025, this is the public university where I come from. $20,000 just for tuition. If any of you would go there, you would pay $43,000 per year for undergraduate. This also multiplies more for bachelor's and master's and PhDs. For fun, let's look at an example of private education in the US. When I was younger, I wanted nothing more than to move to New York City. And I think most of the people in this room may know the name of Pratt Institute. Pratt's going tuition rates, if you look on your right-hand side, undergraduate architecture students, $90,000 US a year. That is 77,000 euros per year. And this is also a 5-year program. The banks in my country entrust a young student with a $400,000 loan. Imagine that. And even at the ripe old age of 18, I understood the evils of a predatory compound interest rate. which basically doubles this loan at the time of graduation. So that 400,000 turns into 800,000 in 5 years. But you don't have to make any payments for the first 4, so. Luckily, I was accepted to Cooper Union, and I was given a full tuition scholarship valued at $40,000 in 2005. This covered tuition, but I still had to pay the academic, health, technology fees, which amounted to $5,000 a year, and an additional $800 per month to share a bedroom in a bunk bed at the student dorm. After 3 months, I ran out of money and I was faced with a meeting at the bank. After a heated debate with the Dean of Architecture about accessibility of the school, despite a free tuition scholarship, I decided the only option was to leave the school, New York City, and my home country. There was one simple solution. I heard whispers of a magical place with free education. This morning, I would like to express my gratitude to the European Socialist Education Network and a thank you to all EU taxpaying residents in the room for graciously allowing me to take up space across your educational institutions for the past 15 years. And let the example of the US terrify you. I started off in Vienna studying fine arts at the Angewandte, the University of Applied Arts in Vienna. I finished my bachelor and master in spatial and design strategies in Linz, Austria at the Kunstuni. In these years, it was still free for foreign students to study in Austria, and all extra fees amounted to at most 400 euros per year. Even at that, it took me 7 years to graduate because I was only allowed to work for 10 hours a week and was forced to go back to the US every 3rd semester to take 4 months off and work. After some years bouncing around Europe and the Americas, I found myself back in Barcelona, where I've been enrolled at BAU, College of Art and Design, since 2021 in the PhD in Design program. And with that bit of background information, I'm here today presenting To Queer or Not to Queer. That is the To queer or not to queer, that is a question. My research over the last 4 years has revolved around the theme of queer urbanism. What could it mean? Who could it benefit? Where can I find it? Can I find it? Can I see it? Can I feel it? Can I smell it? 4 years of writing poetry about conversations with garbage cans, jousting the ghosts of gentrification in performative parades on the streets, and hacking urban infrastructures to unmask their full potential. The opening poem of this speech is also the opening lines of my thesis, using the form of narrative prose to describe the various qualities of queer possibilities in a 15-minute city. My research has been concentrated on urbanism in a very general approach, meaning everything that exists in a city. Buildings, streets, pedestrians, street furniture, performance, relationships, everyday life, and everyday death. But we can replace urbanism with design here, as I find them to be quite interchangeable. Urbanismo in Spanish is more grounded in a strict urban planning sense. Urbanism in English includes urban design, sociology, anthropology, economics, a diverse set of studies and fields comparable to most traditional forms of design. The city is the ultimate studio and laboratory for researching human behavior in public and private spaces. While you were walking here or taking a taxi, you were designing the city yourself and setting the user experience for everyone coming across the sidewalk or at a traffic light. Here is Sarah Whiting, Dean of Harvard's Graduate School of Design, in an interview with the CCCB in Barcelona. Somewhere. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Where's the folder from the desk? Where did they save them at? Well, this is Sarah Whiting, Dean of the Harvard Graduate School of Design, in the interview with the CCCB in Barcelona this July. CCCB, yeah.
If you ask anyone what is design, usually they'll say, oh, it's luxury. The association of design is, a very nice watch or a very nice table or chair or a very beautiful space. And my answer is design is actually everything. Yes, your chair, your watch, your clothes are design, but so is your calendar, your schedule, so is the subway system, so is the regulation that keeps you from falling off your roof because of the rails that are put around. Hans Hollein said it in 1968. He said, architecture is alles, architecture is everything. And I would say, yes, it is. It's everything that surrounds us.
Well, I won't dwell too long on the word queer because we could be here all day, for weeks, for months. But if you're interested in two well-rounded approaches to exploring queer's role in design, I refer you to these two books: Queer Exhibition Histories and Queering Architecture. I also have them available as bootlegged PDFs, and I'm happy to share them at the end of this speech. Or in 2 weeks, I'm happy to send you the PDF of my own thesis, Troublemaking Placemaking, Dissident Bodies, Deviant Acts, and the Queer Art of Undefining Urbanism. For now, let's say that I use queer as a verb to simultaneously disrupt and challenge the hierarchy of design. Who designs a city, an urban designer or a pedestrian walking to the supermarket? How can dissident bodies in a diverse population challenge the uses of space, both public and private, that weren't built for us? In the words of feminist geographer Jane Dark, our cities are patriarchy written in stone, brick, glass, and concrete. What can we do to challenge this perception, to make the city ours? So why did I start the speech with prices of education? I found in my years of academia and various guises of design, studios, workshop presentations, the costs are rarely talked about. We're left guessing how much it costs to host events, to host foreign speakers, how much it costs to get to a conference. As part of this might seem like simple oversights to some people, but for those of us in less than higher income brackets, it's the everyday. As a PhD student, I am expected to attend one conference per year with no available funding from my institution. Due to my irregular immigration status in Spain during my first year, I was unable to receive any grants and unable to work and unable to leave the country for 9 months while my visa was being sorted. Visa really loved those 9 months when I drove myself into 9,000 euros of debt. The Ministry of Education found me elderly at the age of 33. They only guarantee research grants if you start your PhD 4 years after finishing your bachelor degree, which means in practical terms, if you're older than 27, good luck. I had no choice but, again, to fly back to the US and work for 2 months straight, 6 days a week, 10 hours a day in the world's largest wheelbarrow factory in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and living with my 75-year-old Trump voting parents. Less than ideal. I managed to pay off my debt and come back to Spain, where I found a job in finance, checking documents for overpaid Swiss and Austrian employers. So I continued to work a full-time 40-hour week office job while managing a series of artistic projects, writings, and travels across Europe. This is not meant to extract sympathy. There are many more people with much more pressing economic and residency issues than me, but it's just my reality. I was unable to attend any of my programs required bi-weekly discussion sessions because they were held on weekdays at 2 p.m. I was planning my projects in between meetings and enacting my artistic endeavors on the streets of Barcelona during my lunch breaks, which I always stretched for an extra half hour. This was me on a typical Tuesday lunch break in April of 2023. I spent all of my vacation days traveling to academic events. My first conference speech was at an architectural conference in Pristina, Kosovo in 2022, when I examined the importance of John Waters and Devine in creating the global identity of the city of Baltimore. There, I met an editor who invited me to write a book chapter for which was just released last month. Myself and 40 other writers, mostly academics, were invited to submit chapters on public spaces across the world. As compensation, they handsomely rewarded us with 189 euros, theoretically. They gave me an ebook version of this publication. Nothing in my bank account. Again, the quiet part that no one talks about, publish or perish, but no payment. Young designers are rarely told how to price their work or time correctly, and even more rare how much senior designers are getting paid to managing their jobs, the jobs that they're done by others. For my book chapter, I was told that there was no funding for the authors. It's part of the process, you'll understand later. You should be thankful for such an opportunity. However, 3 months later, I was informed by another author that they were in fact paid for their contribution. Now, I doubt this other author was trying to start drama with me, but I can't help imagine that the book editors saw a young academic desperate for publication and pounced. With cultural budget cuts the world over, forcing younger designers into such precarious positions, you can start hearing the rattling of swords, knowing that we are not getting our fair share of the pie. In 2023's Who Can Afford to Be Critical, Afonso Matos, a recent graphic designer graduate from the Eindhoven Design Academy, and other authors examined the uncomfortable truth for those of us who work, live, research in fields that don't have high profit margins. I applied to every imaginable grant in Spain for 3 years and was denied by every single one. One gracious contributor told me the truth after the second round of interviews. We find your research inspirational. We find your research moving, but you have no clear output. We can't justify giving you 15,000 euros. Good luck. Well, being critical doesn't pay the rent, and neither does inspirational or moving. When I was asked by Mariona and Alejandra to give this speech, I wanted to peel back a bit of the truth-facing issues of PhD students and the accessibility to design education. And yes, chance to show my thanks not just to the European taxpayers, but also to the EU itself. The only source of income I've received over the last 4 years has been a yearly amount from the EU Erasmus Mobility Funds. With them, I was able to plan and execute a 2-month workshop and research day in Pristina, Kosovo, examining the queer possibilities in a country decidedly not LGBTQ friendly. I was able to visit my old comrades in Linz, a group of spatial hacktivists who were throwing raves in churches. And earlier this year, I was able to complete a 2-month research day at the Boulevard Media and Art Institute in Tirana, Albania. Of course, we're not just talking about euros and cents. The bigger issues here are accessibility to the educational system and the possibility of engaging a wide range of students from various backgrounds. Design needs this diversity, or we will end up with products and lines of thinking which don't reach most of society. Design can be found in the everyday, as Sarah Whiting said, and most people do associate it with luxury, but the same could be said about design education. Who has the time and money to spend 3 years studying design with rising rents and numbing inflation? And when they're in the programs, who has money to fully realize your projects and plans? When I studied art, it was much easier. You could run to a dumpster, grab a pile of garbage, and create your own monster or sculpture. But as a design student, you're expected to have a level of professionality without the money involved, assisting you with the technologies and products. Some programs have commercial partnerships, which are fine most of the time, but I fear it leaves those of us who are in less marketable peripheries of design out of the loop, and it's an over-reliance of a private sector controlling what is being taught and created. Admittedly, I am not all that familiar with the Italian design education system. I was, however, schooled in the shadows of the radical designers and anti-designers from the 1970s, such as Superstudio and UFO. I wonder if our contemporary barrage of corporate sponsorship and time is money ethos allows for enough radical young thinkers to make it past the point of reaching such imaginative propositions. How do we solve this problem? More funding is the easy answer, but we know that's easier said than done. My message to those of us in positions of power, however slight, is to spread your resources as much as possible and assist young designers in any way you can. Share those open calls and residencies. If you have connections with another institution, share their names. I have been privileged enough to be very lucky with my international connections as I crisscrossed this continent over the last 2 decades. My speech in Pristina led to a conversation with an architect about a book chapter which was yet to be read, which was overheard by someone at lunch, that led to a student from the architecture department taking me to a local gallery who introduced me to 3 curators who eventually signed the paperwork for my Erasmus funding, all within 45 minutes. All of this didn't cost me anything, just those 45 minutes to have these conversations. And that's what this is all about, having more honest dialogue in every aspect of the design realm. As a counterpoint to Sarah Whiting's design is everything comment, I find this type of manifesto speaking great for headlines, but it's only half the story, if that. Design can be found in everything, but I argue it's not always everything all the time. Alfonso de Matos also wrote an article in Damn magazine stating, the conclusion I've arrived at is, in fact, that if we can't afford to enact criticality in our profession, in our designing, that is okay. We are more than designers, we are more than our profession. As Marianela de April writes in her critique of a similar phenomenon in the work of architecture, we can engage with the world as people first, and as workers. If we learn to identify not primarily as designers in the sense of individual creatives who are in charge of putting forward their unique vision, but as workers who are bound by many constraints, we might find through that admitting this individual weakness, we can find collective strength. Which brings me back to the title of this talk. To queer or not to queer, that is a question. It's a reminder that while we should remain critical of most things on this planet at most times, we run the risk of analysis paralysis if we drown in assuming everything is the big question. We can surround ourselves with research and practice, but sometimes we have to step away from these strong-worded manifestos and remember who we are and where we are. After 4 years of research, I have been through hell and back. 3 weeks after my workshop in Kosovo, I started what was to be my final year of my PhD. The next week, I found my boyfriend overdosed on his couch. Less than ideal. Understandably, I requested an extension year. In those 12 months, I completed research days in Linz and Tirana, partially as means to escape Barcelona and my research practice. The last 2 years have been filled with a lot of soul searching as to why I continue doing this on an existential level. I was ready to leave Barcelona, my degree, everything. But I found relative solace in my artistic research practice. However, in every interview, conversation, and project I was part of, I had to remind myself to look out for myself above the research. Balancing both was never easy, but I believe that what has come out of it is a twisted and beautiful sense of duality. The more I talk about what had happened, the aftermath and opening up about my battles with debilitating grief waves and depression, the more I hear about others who had similar stories, binding us together through these difficult times, knowing that we're not alone. Given the ability to travel and meet other people, cities, ways of thinking tied me back to the world. We can talk about design as an abstract concept, a form of education, or not at all. Design research allows designers to deepen our ties with reality, ourselves, and others. A good example of how personal connections can help fertilize research is that the days after I received the horrible news, I had 2 writing deadlines and an exhibition due the next week. My supervisor, Mariona here, called me not knowing what had happened and asked me about the progress I had made on my essay. I was a complete mess who hadn't left my sofa in 4 days. The next day, she showed up to my door with 3 containers of soup. I still credit her pumpkin soup just as much as any publication, speech, or performance of the last 4 years. I was given deadline extensions by the publications, and it ended up with my first peer review article being published. The grace and kindness, the humanity of these people is what kept my practice going. Not just to build bridges, but deep, meaningful bonds across borders among strangers. When you're looking for participants in studies, look outside academia and your comfort zones. These outsider perspectives are often the most beautifully deep wells of learned knowledge. Next time you work with collaborators, check up on them, see what they've been up to, not just watching their LinkedIn profiles or their Instagram stories. Getting to know their personal stories can shed incredible light on their practice as well. Take a chance on encounters at a conference like this. I invite each of you to ask any question you want to me after this is over, and also that you start talking with 2 strangers today, people that you don't know. Use any simple icebreaker question, except for what is your favorite color, because that person might be colorblind. Design is everything for some people. Design can be most things to a lot of people. It can also be the 9th most important thing for some of us in this room, and that's fine. We need diversity in design, whether in terms of class, accessibility, or range of personal experience. But we equally need diverse opinions on design also. It's how we keep our field aware of our surroundings. It's how we let design grow and evolve with us. Diversity in design is more than just a slogan. It's how design is forced to challenge us, challenge our beliefs and our understanding of the world. It allows us to hear stories from foreign lands in our own backyard. It shows us the faces of society that we design for, lifts the voices which deserve to be heard. In the most basic of terms, it's a mirror to humanity. You can follow my latest exploits at Lick the Concrete on Instagram. And if you're too shy to ask a question, feel free to email me at tstemke@gmail.com. And as I said, I am happy to share any PDFs of any of the books I shared today. And if any of you are wondering, yes, I am available for any teaching positions, research positions, or willing to give a stirring speech for children's birthday parties starting in March 2026. Grazie, obrigado, gracias, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. I don't know if there's someone who already wants to start with a comment, a question, or I'm especially also, as you said before, I'm especially interested in this case about what having being a precarious student? Or is it some of being poor? Yeah, is it, or is something that comes also? Is it something cultural? Because I think this is not something that we often see in Spanish students, not even supervisors. A lot of supervisors in Spain have trouble helping the PhD students in navigating those rules and regulations. So.
I mean, it was kind of, honestly, the reason I know so much of the ins and outs of the EU education framework is I worked in the international office when I was when I studied at the Kunstuni in Linz. So I knew that these Erasmus mobility funds are there for every single student in the EU. And it doesn't make in our PhD program at BAU, as far as I know, no one else has used the EU Horizon funds like Erasmus Plus, but with the PhD researcher basically given free rein to have 400 to 700 euros a month anywhere in the world, 0 questions asked, 0 receipts. And it's amazing to me when I tell other PhD friends in Barcelona or other cities in Spain or Austria, how few of them actually know this exists. We know Erasmus Plus as a bachelor and master's program, but in PhD, they give you the money way easier. So this is also a thing, and this, I mean, I went to Kosovo because I went to this conference. I have friends in Kosovo. I lived in Linz, Austria, and I had a lot of roommates from the Balkans. But it also came down to finances. The EU will give you 300 euros a month to go to Sweden. That will pay for 1/4 of an apartment for a month. But if you go to Albania or Kosovo, they'll give you 700 euros a month, which will pay for your flights, your hotels, and money. And so when I went to Kosovo, the leftover money that I had from my budget, I just gave it to the students. And I was like, well, congratulations, you were here for a 4-day week. I have a 200 euro budget. Everyone gets 50 euros. Because why not? And it's these little things that you can do to help young designers. For the people in my workshop in Kosovo, there was one person who traveled 2 hours with the country buses just to come to Pristina for this workshop. And she told me she was saving money just for this bus ticket. And I was just like, of course I'm paying for the bus. I'm paying for everything. I gave her the rest because these people in precarious situations were so interested in having the opportunity to go to a queer workshop in Pristina, which doesn't happen very often, that I don't know, I felt like they needed to be rewarded somehow. And it was my job in this case. Of course, I don't have 50 euros to give every single person. But in this case, I was given 700 euros and it seemed selfish that if I could pay for the flight and everything and the food and the delicious spinach and cheese bureks in Pristina, that I could give the leftovers, what little I had, to the students to pay it back a little bit.
Is there any question you want to ask? I don't know how much time do we have left.
We have time until, well, we have 20 more minutes.
Okay, cool.
So.
Cool. Then, if anybody has a question, I will just ask/explain something else. In these workshops, you haven't explained much about them, but they gave you the chance to talk to locals, actually, about their cities, which is a knowledge that otherwise you wouldn't have had or you wouldn't have gained. I think in those situations, it was also interesting how these people in general, they were not academics at all. Some of them, I don't know if they even had trouble living their lives in their own cities because of who they were or how they expressed themselves publicly. Maybe if you can explain us a little bit about that, because I think it's very relevant to us in terms of who has the knowledge and who's the knowledge keeper and who has the authority to share this knowledge, and how in this case you had to situate yourself somehow in between the academia and these individuals.
Actually, Pristina is a very wonderfully wacky place. If you ever get the chance, I highly recommend it. And I showed up the first day of class, and we did an open call through a gallery that I met through this student, through a professor, from this editor. And I showed up, and there were 5 people in the studio on the outskirts of Pristina. And the first thing that this 2-meter tall Gothic trans woman came up to me and said is like, "Oh, another European, are you here to tell us how to fix our city?" And that was the first thing out of her mouth. And of course, it's like, well, my response was, I'm not a European. But this is especially when you go to places that are outside of the norm for most Occidental academia in Europe, we do go to these places as kind of educational colonizers. We go to the Balkans because we know more than them. We go to fix Pristina because they're the Balkans. Everything is messed up. We are the enlightened ones from Barcelona, from Rome, from London. We know the way. But when you're dealing with such personal things with the cities, you need to have these very local contexts. And in the context of Kosovo, I live in Spain. Kosovo is not recognized by Spain. When I did this workshop, the idea was that they could come to Spain and visit. They were not able to come to Spain because the passports, now this last year, Spain recognized the Kosovo passport, but not Kosovo as the country. So it was a very eye-opening experience for the people. And mind you, the people who are like 29 years and younger, they were born without a Serbian passport. So their passports are only valid in North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Albania. Now, last year, the EU finally let them come in. But these people have been living there since 2007, 2008 without the possibility, the notion of coming to Italy, coming to Austria, to Spain. So you're meeting these people and of course, you're getting this, you can read about the Balkans is one thing, but if you go there in person with a workshop with just the locals, it's another. And even, I told Mariana, it's a very special case study because normally if you go someplace, you want a wide range of the citizens. Kosovo doesn't have much immigration. So you're going to have a very specific race, you're going to have a very specific group, but if you include the immigrants, they're mostly students, or they're mostly children of rich diplomats. So if you start looking at more of a race and educational background, you kind of are drowning out the pure local knowledge, even though it's a bad word to use, but it's the real essence of Kosovo is the knowledge of the citizens there, not necessarily the extended population.
Anyone? Please.
I don't know, it's just a little spark of curiosity because you mentioned designing for everyday life, but also designing for everyday death. So what you mean by that and how is it related to diversity in terms of...
Well, I said that, that was a slight of my dark humor because it's so my boyfriend died 2 years ago. And so it was talking about the difficult, we can talk about design and designing as society, but also keeping your mental health sane in the moments of everyday life is wonderful. And if we talk about queer in design, you hear about a lot of safe spaces and queer joy and unbridled but there's also the queer depression that comes with feeling alone, and especially if you're in a queer relationship, from societal pressures to the realization that you're no longer together. So this is what the design is affected by, not only your everyday life, but everyday death. So even if if unfortunate to have this death so close to you, it affects your practice. And it's something that's, for me, wasn't talked about very often. And I was going to these things, and then you kind of become like the faggot who talks about their dead boyfriend. But okay, because maybe we need more faggots talking about their dead boyfriends because it's a diverse perspective that we don't really, if we talk about, in my thesis, I talk a lot about our bench, that there was a bench where I always met Francesca. And so then you have this phenomenological relationship with this bench that you shared with someone for years, and every day you walk past it. And it's a part of my research. What happens to this after this person's gone? Is it still it's our bench in my head, but then I realize we will never share it again. Exactly, emotion. And that's the thing. And for me, of course, I'm a phenomenologist. I'm a weird little poet. So I love those weird little bits. And for me, I went to these design schools that kind of, for me, were always lacking this, not necessarily an embrace of emotions, but just the acknowledgement of how much they affect us, positive and negative.
To take this, oh, please, yeah. Just to take this to the interest of our projects, I wonder if we can somehow work on how regulations can be more flexible to adapt to the personal situations that have to do with emotions and real life. And because we're looking for the gaps all the time to help each other with that, but it shouldn't be looking for the gaps, it should be a basic thing.
Thank you, Thomas. I was thinking, because you said that the PhD, in order to keep going with the PhD, you had to realize that the PhD was about you, not about the research. So I wanted to know about this link between research and life, because I think, like, what is the added value for a person in doing a PhD? Of course, there is huge opportunities in the of jobs or opportunities that may come out of that. But you seem to have related this with something very personal, and of course, work is something personal, like personal political bounds. But I was curious about that because also a thing that came out during our meetings in the project was this problematic thing about inclusion. Now, the idea that you have to include other form of knowledge in the academia. Why? Maybe the diversity is just acknowledging and making space for other kind of knowledge and not include everything in academia. So maybe I was like thinking, what is the added value for you in coming into doctoral studies and academia and with the PhD?
Well, I also have to say that none of my thesis was planned. If I had my way, I would have got that 20,000 euro scholarship from La Caixa. I would have done a series of street performances in Barcelona. I would have talked about queer performance art, about cities around the world, not about death and running away from Barcelona for my PhD and myself. But I find it, I mean, and also at the end of my thesis, I wrote, this is the thesis I wish I read 20 years ago. Because even as you're doing PhDs, you read these PhD theses and a lot of them are just not very engaging for me. I don't, maybe it's just a personal taste, but if I read 200 pages on design pedagogy, it's fine. People do that, that's fine. But for me, I'm not gonna sit there and like a page turner. And so I think that was one of the from what I've heard from some of the reviews of my thesis, that I treated it almost as if it was a novel, that it was a story, that it has, I left out a lot of the actual research in the final thesis because it didn't flow with the narration I was going for. So it also plays again with the presentation of a thesis. What do you want? Are you reporting on your research, or are you treating the presentation of the thesis as part of your practice also? And that's, I mean, it kind of rubbed against a lot of what we're pushed to do, kind of objectively separating your artistic practice from your research practice, from your research, from your writing. And I mean, this world is so messy. I am a messy person. I mean, I already got coffee on my shirt. So like, shouldn't I just be honest to who I am as a person, as an artist, as a researcher? There's no point in me making this beautiful table of contents with 30 subcategories. I start with a 15-page introduction of weird poetry. I have the classic methodologies, but then it's a 150-page just personal journey of where I was through the thing. And as Marionas, my supervisor, has told me, that it's, even though I put a lot of importance on my artistic practice in the actual thesis, it takes a back seat to the actual thesis itself, which again plays with the hierarchy of, okay, you're an artist, should I be putting my artistic practice on the top of what's going on, or can there be this push and pull of playing within power structures even within my own research?
Okay. In the meantime, I would like to leave a note for online. Since there is a delay in the streaming, you should either connect to the link that we have left in the chat, in the Meet chat, or write your question. Otherwise, there is an issue with echoes.
I don't know if you were expecting any question online.
Can you switch on the mic, please?
So the question, what is your next project after your thesis? It's very simple. Or not.
No, actually, it's the idea. Well, actually, it all comes back to this conference. Everything revolves around this first conference I went to. So for the PhD students, really embrace these conferences because you can rub with a lot of people that you wouldn't normally have the normal ability to. And when I was there was actually a student from Kosovo who came up to me after my presentation and said, of course, I gave this speech in the Balkans about queer urbanism. It was a limited audience in an architectural conference that was mostly populated by real estate developers trying to sell Pristina to rich developers from London and New York, basically. And he came up to me and asked me, he told me, I have 5 friends who wanted to come to this talk, but they were afraid to be seen in a speech about queer urbanism. And then, of course, you have to take yourself back because you can go there, guns blazing. Oh, I'm this American cowboy from Barcelona, queer everything, raise all my flags, throw water bottles everywhere. But you have to walk this balance of you do run, yes, it's great to wave all the flags you want, but you have to acknowledge other cultural contexts where you will alienate people who your research could actually help. And of course, there's no easy way around it and develop. But he asked, with this conversation we had after my talk, he was like, if you didn't call it, why don't you just call it subverting urbanism, or just call it tactical urbanism? And he just said that. And of course, it went through my filter. And then you think, yeah, what is the goal that I'm trying to do? Am I trying to queer? Am I trying to disrupt? Am I trying to do these things? Or am I fighting to fly the flag of queer in my research? And it's a very tricky thing it's a tightrope that I'm not a person who can balance very well. So when I was asked this question, it came up to me. So what would I do if I had a talk that I used queer, or if I used the same talk and just took out the word queer and just replaced it with tactical, subversive? And this actually came to the idea of having a new workshop, one where the idea was to go to Albania because there's lots of funds now to go to Albania for these projects, and to have a workshop with an LGBT organization that I've been part of in my last workshop, and then have another workshop simultaneously with the architecture school. And the idea is to do the exact same workshop mornings, afternoons, mornings with the LGBT community that doesn't have an academic background versus students in academia who do have this background. But for the architects, call it tactical urbanism and give the exact same presentation, the exact same examples, the exact same things for them to work on, and then see what the output and see how the workflow changes in this approach of like, okay, so the people in the morning use the word queer in everything they do and the people in the afternoon don't. And the end result is supposed to be an exhibition, bringing them together and kind of this magical, boom, got you moment. We're bringing everyone together in an exhibition to see maybe there are differences. I don't know. That's why we do these research projects. Maybe they will come up with exactly the same projects. Maybe they will come up with something different. So that, and if anyone has any tips and connections for research grants, I am all ears. And I'm willing to do it in Rome too, so.
If there are no more questions, I think we are perfectly in time for going on our lunch break. And we're gonna continue in this afternoon from 2:30 with two more keynotes with Antonio Grillo and from Tangity and with Margherita Pillan from Politecnico di Milano, as well as the final roundtable in the late afternoon. So thank you very much. For online audiences, you can connect back at 2:30, and for offline audiences, we have the lunch in the same room where we had the coffee break before.
Okay, so welcome back everyone. As you know, we're going to restart with the keynote sessions, and I leave the floor to Angelo to introduce.
Yes, it's a pleasure for me to introduce our next guest. I'm Anja Giambattista. Here in this department, I'm an assistant professor in the product and service design. Oh, sorry. Again, it's a pleasure to have here as a guest our friends Antonio Grillo, design director at Tangity, one of the global design network of entity data. Antonio is a global design leader and also an award-winning designer with more than 20 years of experience across industry, countries, and also university. From 2018, Antonio has been also professor of inclusive design at Politecnico of Milano, where he developed a methodology specifically dedicated to the topic of inclusive design that actually has been translated as a toolkit that is very interesting. I hope that you can share with us some part of this toolkit. And this toolkit was recognized by Forrester, one of the design leading research and advisory firm, as one of the best experience, top global best practices in inclusive design. Antonio also tried to apply this kind of toolkit in his work in Tangity. So there is this kind of hybridization between academia and practices. And in his keynote of today, the title will be Behind Stereotype, Designing Inclusion in Practice. Antonio will share how inclusive design can become a driver for the innovation and cultural change as well, connecting academic and research with professional practices. So, Antonio, the stage is yours. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much. Should I switch? Sorry. There's also Okay, here we go. So, good afternoon. I hope that you had a very nice break. And so thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the possibility to share with you my experience. And today I just wanted to share with you my experience, my approach, practical approach to inclusive design, and providing also a perspective from business standpoint of the application of some methodologies in specific client projects. So I'm executive director of Tangity, which is a global studio, design studio. I had the chance to work across different business fields, leading and shaping design cultures across Germany, UK, and now in Italy. And as mentioned before, I'm also teaching inclusive design at Politecnico di Milano's design school. I don't know whether you are already familiar with Tangity. Tangity is a design studio. We are mainly providing strategic and service design, physical and digital product design, and product engineering. We are spread mainly all around the world. Here you can see some of the recognizable product that we have designed. But I just wanted to focus your attention of why business-wise inclusion is a good business for companies. It's still a good business because companies are still requiring to enlarge their customer base. So dialoguing fluently with the diversity of society is still on the top of a CEO's agenda. Of course, there is also an implication in terms of brand value and risk mitigation. So CEOs are still considering inclusion as one of the main topic in their agenda. Another unmet need, business-wise, is to quickly move from claims to actions, because most of the time within companies there are lots of marketing campaigns related to the inclusion, which is excellent in order to raise awareness, but from raise awareness to take action and eventually make change visible, the journey is quite long. And most of the time, majority of people are just tackling the first brick, which is raise awareness. Few of them move from raise awareness to take action, put in practice, interiorize some good practices, and almost none of them is capable then to make make change visible. Another occasion in order to foster inclusion within the business scenario is due to the fact that nowadays the project complexity is evolving. So nowadays designing a remote control or designing a smart thermostat or things like that means having a very quite big team, quite diverse, with different sensitiveness, different cultural background, and different point of views. So for a design lead, it's absolutely essential having the capability to capitalize the diversity of this team. And subsequently also to orchestrate the complexity of the project dimension, and eventually also mastering the new technologies. And we are experiencing a time in which technology is evolving quickly, quicker than our capability to adapt. And there is a huge gap between the technology evolution and our capability as human beings to adapt. Let's say the first one is exponential, the second one is linear, and there is an excellent occasion to reconnect the relationship between human beings and new technology-driven solutions in order to preserve our capability to manipulate those technologies. And oh, bless you. Great timing. In 2 years of experiencing, for instance, artificial intelligence-driven solution, things like that, only the 3% of CEOs are claiming to be quite satisfied, but majority of them are not satisfied at all, just because this type of revolution was mainly tech-driven, considering as a success factor and let's say a well-done technical accomplishment of all the tasks, without considering the actual adoption of the solution. So the design was the missing part in this revolution. That's the reason why inclusion might play an excellent role also in humanizing the technology. My 2 cents on inclusive design, what I'm trying to teach to my students, it comes from my experience, because most of the time when we talk about inclusion, we are trying to raise awareness about inclusion. We are most of the time pointing out the finger to someone else. But did you know that the majority of inequalities that you can see, the majority of disasters are because of us as designers? So in the past, we did a lot of we made lots of bad choices, let's say, that now, in a way, we are facing. That's the reason why my approach to inclusive design starts with you, designers, try to make sure that designers are in the position to observe the reality by wearing different type of lenses. Because regardless whether you are a product designer and special designer and a service designer, we do mainly 3 types of activity. First one, observing the reality. Second one, try connecting the dots in a creative way. And third one is to put in practice our idea. Very oversimplified, but more or less, those are the 3 phases. If we are not in the position to observe the reality by wearing different lenses, or to make decisions by considering different source of data, by considering the different source of data, and then considering also the diversity of our audience, perhaps we are the main issue. So it's absolutely essential to, enlarging your world's view as designer, because most of the time we are the first responsible of exclusion. Due to the fact that nowadays, most of the time, designing a solution is a choral activity. As I told you before, you have to put together lots of different sensitiveness, lots of different cultural background. Is essential for us to capitalize the diversity within the team. And then, of course, also developing an inclusive solution. So this is the journey that I'm trying to walk through teaching inclusive design at Politecnico di Milano. So, and even though before you mentioned the toolkit, I'm not really a fan of tools, because I think that you can't become an inclusive designer just with a checklist, of course. That's the reason why I developed my approach like a training program. When you train, when you have perhaps some of you have your apps to train your body, your muscles, and things like that. This is the same logic that I followed in the past in order to allow my designers to develop the better version of themselves. Mainly acting on 4 different skills that, from my standpoint, are absolutely essential in order to design solutions that are in the position to dialogue with the complexity of our society. So, as I mentioned before, observing the reality by wearing different lenses is essential. Unlearning, which is not new as a concept, but quite revolutionary, is a way also to embrace new direction and at the same time get rid of your unconscious biases. Most of the time, we are just trying to replicate already made solutions that are incorporating biases, and we are just replicating them. And if we think about the implication of technology in the nowadays solution, it's easy to understand the risk of this massive replication of biases. Then I'm trying to give my students the possibility to train their perspective vision, to understand the consequence of their decisions over time, something that my generation almost completely missed out. And then spot out mismatches. Empathize with diversity means acquire an extra sensitivity to spot out possible mismatches. What does it mean? And this alignment between capability of your solution and abilities of your audience. If we have not this type of sensitivities, perhaps we are creating exclusion in our solution. So in a nutshell, this is the type of program that I'm teaching Politecnico di Milano. So try to develop 4 skills by utilizing tools, perhaps is not the right word, utilizing 8 different directions, in aspirational directions, across the entire design process. So when it comes the time to set up the meeting, or running the research, developing insight, the concept, as well as validating your solution, there are several occasions in which, as designer, you have to take a lot of decisions. Lots of occasions in which, as designer, you can observe or not the reality. And this yellow point is that you can see here can be considered a moment in which you have to think about inclusion in a specific design phase. I condensed everything meaning in a kind of a toolkit, which is available on Myroverse, because we embrace the open design movement, of course. And we applied this methodology also in several business cases. And now I just wanted to share with you some of the experiences that we have done. For instance, we have been utilizing this approach to support companies in innovating during their innovation process. For instance, in creating new services, crafting new processes, or perhaps business-wise repositioning themselves into the markets. And we did successfully several times by following the process that you can see here. Mainly what we do is, first of all, try to get rid of some unconscious biases, or get rid of the replication of biases that you can already find on the market. And Bauhaus is a very nice point of reference when it comes the time to talk about the unlearning and the schooling in a way. And so there is the occasion, even in just framing the reality, try to observe the reality, try to observe the reality in a less biased way, let's say. Starting from this moment, we are trying to reduce the effect of some biases. Same times when it comes the time to talk about our audience, going beyond personas that are quite different from people that are not frozen on time like personas. So having the possibility to better analyze context and situations and the way in which those two components might profoundly change our capabilities and abilities is absolutely essential. Same things when it comes the time to analyze and prioritize some ideas, considering something that goes far beyond the classic viability, doability, and desirability, which is the magic triangle, so to test and whether a solution is good or not. Analyzing also the impact on society as well as on the planet could be really an excellent occasion, both in order to design with more ethics, and from the other side, to raise awareness client side, and perhaps to craft value-sensitive KPIs. Are you familiar with Nexi? Nexi is one of the global player for digital payments. They were asking us to support their company in improve gender equality in financial services a couple of years ago, and we have followed the process that I showed you before in trying to imagine or reshaping existing services in order to reduce the gender inequality. And at that time, we were also experimenting the intervention of generative AI, because in the real world, unfortunately or luckily, majority of designers are utilizing generative AI. Within the toolkit is already implemented, I mean, the possibility to have a critical approach to this tool. And so you can test whether it is useful or not, this type of support. And so we went through the idea generation, idea validation, and evaluation, considering the tools that I showed you before. And the client claimed to be quite satisfied. And it was a very nice experience, because the impact of this type of services on and the number of people affected by those services is quite huge. And it was also a moment to raise awareness within the company about how simple it is to inject an inclusive and ethical approach without any cost. Another interesting experiment we have done with Piaggio. Are you familiar with Piaggio? Piaggio is a leader of two-wheeled vehicles. They were asking us to reimagine a very important part of their two-wheeled vehicles, which is the cockpit. Try to reimagine the cockpit in order to support also no driver to adopt a two-wheeled vehicle. And by following the same approach that I showed you before, we end up with a brand new language for this product that we designed in order to support, enhance, let's say, the perception of safety whilst you are driving and two-wheeled vehicles. So basically, by utilizing the peripheral vision, you can easily spot out whether people are around you, and you can feel a bit more safe without, moving, distract your attention from the road. It was a quite successful experience. Another very complex project that we have done, in which we have utilized the same approach, was for Acea, which is a leader in water management here in Italy. We were supporting Acea in designing an entire system end-to-end, which means the concept, the service, all the touch points, as well as all the infrastructures. An innovative solution powered by AI in order to support this company in having a better management of water, which is very, very important here in Italy. And we, by applying this methodology, we end up with a very successful project. We supported Acea to saving a considerable amount of water, spending considerable less in maintenance. And I'm really proud also that we won the first AD Design Compasso d'Oro with this project, which was due to the fact that we are a young studio. It was really, really important for us to see that we were recognized with Compasso d'Oro for the service design of this project. Another important aspect is the way in which inclusive design might support the creation, the design of inclusive cultures and within organization, because again, most of the time, when it comes the time to set up the purpose of a company or values and behaviors of a company, they are just sitting on a very marvelous slides, and that's it. So most of the time they are stick here in this first phase to raise awareness, but there is no way to put in practice those principles and to measure the value. And this is what we have done with some of the company that I showed you before, by utilizing some of the directions that you can find in the toolkit. The first one was to get rid of some unconscious biases by utilizing expanding the words view direction, and we went through we were overcoming the stereotype of personas by utilizing the diversity map that you can see here in the middle. And we were co-shaping rituals and tools in order to make sure that everyone, according to his own or her own specific function, can put in practice values and behaviors that are part of the purpose. For instance, so J, which is practically speaking the way in which the public administration is the company that is supporting our public administration to become a bit more digital. We supported this company in actually put in practice their purpose. That was we simplify citizens' life. And by adopting the approach that I showed you before, we spent 2 years working with this company, involving a considerable amount of people in order to understand bottom up the meaning of the purpose, try to understand the way in which every unit is in the position to apply. What does it mean, this specific purpose for each unit? What is the way they can put in practice the purpose in their daily work? The way in which we can connect, we can create rituals and tools and connect the performance, the evaluation of the success of this activity with the performance management system already present within the company. And as I mentioned before, it was in 2 years project, and so Jay gradually acquired the awareness of the purpose, and they claimed to be quite satisfied about the fact that people were quite engaged, and they found the way in which they can interpret, according to their function, the purpose daily. Another interesting project is something that we have done for ourselves, due to the fact that we are spread all around the world. And as designer, let's say, we the dimension of project is the one that we face more frequently. And that's the reason why, to spread our culture, values and behaviors, we designed rituals and tools that we can apply in our everyday activities, which is the project dimension, in order to cultivate attitude and skills that for us as Tangity are absolutely essential. And that's the reason why the way in which we do project is not only a way to accomplish client's task, but it's also a way to cultivate the better version of ourselves, because in every project you have the possibility to learn, to acquire new lenses to observe the reality, to measure the impact of your solution over time, and to train your extra sensitiveness in spot out mismatches. And of course, we have also developed let's say, a tool in order to measure the impact of this solution over time. So this is what I wanted to share with you today. So my academic vision, the way in which I try to put in practice this vision. And I just wanted to leave you with a reflection about this concept. What does it mean, beauty, for you as designer? Don't be shy. So shy, Rome, huh? I mean, I know that it seems quite a cliche, designers talking about beauty, aesthetics, you know, fantastic. But did you know that in many languages, beauty means goodness? There is no way to pronounce beauty without imply also goodness, and vice versa. And I think that this is a very undervalued, very well known, nothing new, but very, very undervalued by my generation. And I think that the fact that there is no beauty without ethics, we can't reduce the concept of beauty, regardless whether we are a communication designer, product designer, whatever. For us, the concept of aesthetic should go beyond shapes, colors, materials, and in a way should embrace also positive values, mainly nowadays in a world in which mediocrity is socially accepted. I think that our role nowadays is to go beyond function and aesthetical meaning of beauty and try to pursue the beauty that is linked with the goodness in order to provide a shared positive experience to people, regardless whether we are designing spaces or services, in order to allow people to elevate themselves and try to experience something different, positive. So just I wanted to leave you with these design directions to pursue the beauty that contains the goodness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio, for your very inspiring contribution today. Just a small comment before to leave the stage to our to the Q&A session. I really appreciate this kind of dialogue, continuum dialogue between design research and also practice, because actually sometimes as a researcher we deal with many approach, we creating tools and also try to materialized toolkit, but sometimes there is something that remained in many cases inside academia. So this is very interesting experience that highlight the importance of the dialogue, the importance of how design research can really have a generate impact in the real life and also in companies, because sometimes the companies, as we also have the chance to speak before, sometimes don't really understand the impact of design, the potentiality of the design. So I appreciate this dialogue that you have explained today. So who want to start in doing some question? Can you come here? Because otherwise.
Just thank you first of all for the presentation and the amazing example that you for the amazing example that you provide. I mean those there was a word that Angela said now, the impact of design and your work in these companies, in these initiatives. From your perspective, I was wondering whether your work as a design studio that come in a certain environment and in some way influence, affect, change the way those companies were designing and understanding the outer world or the clientele, like expanding and embracing also other individuals, no? But I wonder if, have you thought or have you any idea whether your action have influenced the inner asset among the way that those companies were perceiving the market, let's say, so to say, the market in the outer of their environment, but the way they perceive themselves. So therefore, even with their employees, if there was a way in which they also rethink the way they were behaving inside those companies.
Okay, thank you very much. Very. Can I answer the different layers? First of all, I think that when you I think that we should get rid of our arrogance as a designer. Me first, okay? Because most of the time, when we talk about design and our clients or our companies don't get the point, it's absolutely our fault. What I'm teaching to my designer, I'm sharing with my designer, hope that they can listen. What I'm sharing with my designer is that there are not stupid clients, but only incapable designer like myself to let them understand your point. I think our first mission is to create the right knowledge framework client side, regardless whether it is your internal client or external client, in order to let them understand the value of what you are saying. In the past, my generation was quite arrogant, still arrogant. This arrogance does not does not support us in achieving our goals most of the time. If our goal is to have an impact, positive impact on society as designers, we should make this effort, should reduce our ego in order to have an impact of our society. Most of the time, purposes, company purposes or values and behaviors are very much top-down driven processes, and people, the employees are struggling in developing a sense of belonging with the company. That's the reason why adopting a bottom-up approach involving people, as well as understanding the diversity, cultural diversity of employees, and the way in which they can interpret those values and behaviors is essential. Just a bunch of slides from top down doesn't create any sense of belonging. And the companies that in a way have the courage to, adopt this bottom-up approach, they can face easily the benefit also in terms of engagement of employees, which means also more proactive and productive people. It's our job to transfer this value to our clients. It's absolutely our job. Most of the time, I spend considerable amount of time to make the invisible visible. Things like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question? I have a question. Okay, Maria, please.
I will proceed. The reflection of Angela that underlined your value for us as a practitioner. And I'm curious about more practical insights of this thing, because we are the researcher, we are creating a toolkits, we are creating the concepts, maybe we know better the direction of how we want society to develop. But of course, as you told, that it should be communicated. You already partially answered my questions to the CEO. That 3% are only available for this thing. So I'm curious about the practical insights and also about economical aspects of this thing, because the thing that I feel that is still something that you can propose as additional thing that is not paid by the companies to the work that they are asking you. You know what I mean? And I don't know how to deal with that. Maybe you are more experienced in it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. After more than 25 years, I'm still facing people that are asking me to make their slide prettier. I mean, so I think that it's a never-ending story. But again, it's absolutely up to us. Perhaps also going beyond our comfort zone and try to connecting the dots across different aspects. Design, business, return on investment of a specific proposal, because this is you have to, as designer, one of the first things that you can do, interview user and empathize with user, correct? Most of the time, myself, we forget that the first persona is our client. If you understand friction, motivational lever, and all things like that, perhaps you can craft your language and your speech in order to make yourself interesting and sexy for them.
Can I
yes.
ask a question? Because when we are speaking about CEOs, we are thinking that their language is about the numbers, and they don't sometimes want to dig deeper in the concepts like inclusivity or other things. So we need to answer it by myself.
Yes, but did you know that inclusivity means numbers? McKinsey related your capability to capitalize the diversity within your company with the capability to innovate and eventually make more money in the end. So there is a link between the providing inclusive services and financial benefit, expanding for instance, the customer base, avoiding legal risk, capitalizing the diversity, and according to the different situation, you can find several business level in order to craft your speech as effective as possible.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for your question.
I don't know if we have time for another question. Otherwise, very last. Okay, I can maybe proceed with the very last question. It's about the EI. I saw that also in your practices, you experiment also including in the toolkit itself some like plugin, EI plugin, in order to like push or introduce some new things. How these EI introduction in your practices, design practices, have changed your way of work or in applying the approach itself? If
Can I tell you a story? Due to the fact that my students as well as my designers are always utilizing the AI support, I decided 2 years ago to include this aspect, this tool, yes, extension within the toolkit, and leveraging on the designer's ego. Every year, I see in my classroom lots of designers that initially are delegating 90% to AI, their job, research, things like that. When it comes the time to present their solution, most of them are quite similar, the sources are quite similar, things like that. And you have to see the faces of those guys that are fighting against their ego as designer. And starting from that moment, they step back and they utilize AI in a very critical way, understanding whether it is good, valid support to, speed up some procedure, and whether it is not the case to utilize it. I'm utilizing the designer's ego in that case to encourage to a more responsible approach. I don't know whether I answer your question.
Okay, thank you again, Antonio, for being here. Let's make the last approach. Thank you so much. And now we leave the stage to the second guest. So,
thank you very much. So I would ask Margherita Pillan and Luca Delia to come to stage.
Devi collegare.
sì, si può. Vado direttamente.
Okay, so good afternoon again. My name is Luca Delia. I'm assistant professor here at Sapienza University of Rome. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce Margherita Pillan, full professor at Politecnico of Milan in design. And she, with a strong focus on communication design and user experience design, is also the scientific coordinator of the IEX, Interaction and Experience Design Research Lab, and member of the management committee of the FI Lab. And also at Politecnico in Milan, she was formerly directed the master program in digital interaction design. I will not spoiler too much her presentation, but just to give a brief introduction. Thanks to her contribution, again, I would like to thank for your kind availability today. She will examine how designer can rigorously address inclusion through both technical methodologies and critical engagement with its also political dimension. Thank you very much, Margherita. I will leave the floor to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Am I okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so thank you, Victor, thank you, Luca, and Lorenzo, of course, for inviting me. And also, thank you to the previous speakers, keynote speakers, because their speech were really interesting. And thank you to Antonio, because I'm going to have some points in common, but with a different background and different professional framing. So just to make explicit my bias, my point of view, I must say that I'm supposed to be an expert of service design and service design for digital transition. And my field of expertise includes projects for companies such as TIM, Telecom Italia, Enel, and also Team Systems, that is a company producing software for business-to-business purposes, so tools for work. And yes, I'm very interested in the topic of inclusion, because when you deal with interaction design and the development of solutions that are meant to be employed by millions of users every day, you know that you are designing something that is going to shape not only the organization of work, but the shape of the mind of the people. And so interaction design have been dealing with the diversity for a long, long time. I quote here Evans saying that when you develop a solution that involve experience and active involvement of user, you cannot think that your idea of how things should be done fits the needs of other people, and that one size fits all. And for this reason, interaction design have been dealing with diversity and inclusion, taking into account different kind of diversity: physical diversity, ergonomy, cognitive diversity, perception diversity, and cultural diversity. So inclusive design has been so important for the field of digital transition, that there are rules, there are principles, and there are design methodology. As an instance, we can quote here what Microsoft defines as the 3 main guidelines and principles for inclusive design. So it's recognize importance of inclusion, and so identify who are the people that you exclude, mainly because when you design something, you take for granted that these people will have the resources, the capabilities that the designer himself or herself have when they develop the solution. And learn from diversity, because every time you analyze different perspectives, different behaviors, different attitudes of people, you learn something about human beings and what is valuable and what can be good. And then keep in mind the needs of individuals, because diversity can be very sparse, very articulated, very fractal phenomena. While we should give up on designing for the human people as the average capability. And so when you deal with the interaction design and with the inclusion in digital transition, mainly we start from the traditional culture of design for all, that starts from the assumption that you need to design good solution and then deal with the needs of people that are excluded by the solution you design afterwards. Because this is a good approach sometimes, but sometimes is not, because very often you cannot mend things afterwards. Anyway, interaction design and the design of digital solution have identified the importance of design for inclusion. And so we got to the point where there is, I think you are all familiar with this, the Accessibility Act, that was officially became law in the European Union, beginning with the last spring. And now companies are forced to consider requirements for the development of interfaces and software and services, both taking into account interfaces and content, because in considering diversity in the interaction design, you must deal also with diversity of education. So the language you use, it's an important filter that is capable sometimes to produce exclusion of people in a multicultural society, or in a society where there is a huge gap between the generation in the capability to deal with digital services and the different evolving cognitive processes that are supposed to be standardized. So in my field of design, when you deal with inclusion, you begin designing and then consider those that are excluded. So you arrive to the point where accessibility and guidelines can solve the problem. And this is starting from the approach that there are normal people, let's say, and people that are at the borders of the statistical distribution. And so they are not fit to comply with the characteristic of what we design. But even in the community of interaction designers, and interaction design is a part of design where methodology and principles and rules and laws are very well developed and structured. The community, this is taken from the Interaction Design Foundation. They even, in this field, they recognize that accessibility is only a part of the game. So from my point of view, what is interesting is, and what is I challenge the young people that are engaged in their PhD or master thesis work to develop a new service, a new solution, is to investigate the area that is between accessibility and what is on the border. So I love words, and even if I'm not a native English speaker, and my English is so apologies for those that are have a more accurate control of their words. I think that in what is out of accessibility, there are several forms of discrimination, and one discrimination, as an instance, is this discrimination connected to gender issues. I start from women and men, and we don't need to recall the differences in work opportunity, in salary opportunities. In some countries, there are problems with laws, there are stereotypes, and we know everything. So when we talk about discrimination, we talk about the fact that for cultural reason, for stereotypes that are deeply rooted in our culture, very often people which are not, let's say, diverse, because as a woman, I do not think I am a minority. Or even if I was a minority, we could discuss about the principles of discrimination, but we can have differences. And these differences can be formal or can be deeply rooted into the people, so that we are not conscious when we operate this. And discrimination is something, but it's not the only one. There is something that we should deal with more accurately, and it's a segregation. Segregation is something that is very complex and articulated. Segregation takes form in different ways. Segregation can be differences in where you live, in the part of the cities that are not very well connected by transportation services. Segregation is when you have, aging people that must deal with the digitalization of the services. So if they, for several reasons, they cannot or don't want to access services according to the procedure, to the flows of the processes that are designed by computer scientists, they are in some way out or they meet a friction that can make their life much more complex and reduce their capabilities. So think about the fact that the digitalization is related to very vital services for healthcare, for education, for payment, for information, for socialization, and so on. So every time we produce a bottleneck, a filter, every time we introduce something that make activities difficult for people, we create a kind of segregation that can be unseen. I was very inspired by what Antonio Grillo was saying about making visible what is not visible. From my point of view, one of the challenges that we face now is to make visible the kind of segregation we produce every time we don't design keeping in mind diversity. And so segregation, and from my point of view, now digital technologies are very important because we need them. I'm quite sure that technology can prosper when the society needs them to provide the solution for the organization. We live in a time with big crises, and each crisis should be taken, especially by designer, as a great opportunity to produce a change. And so the digital transformation is something that can produce big results that we need of in terms of sustainable use of resources, improvement of services, and new forms of organization that are possibly more inclusive. But if the smart solution, the so-called smart solution, are not well designed, we risk to reinforce inequality in the world, increasing segregation and exclusion. We risk to penalize some minorities, and we risk to in some way destroy the opportunity for a better growth of the future, because up to now, I think that most of the digital transformation processes are money-driven, or driven by principles that are, let's say, not so human-centric. So discrimination and segregation are design issues, because the way we design solution can have an impact on those that are out of the solution we design. And it's a matter of equity, justice, it's a matter of ethics, it's a matter of value. And it's a matter also of better understanding diversity. And I'm trying to say something that is difficult for me to put in words. It's the fact that, again, we must, as designers, forget the approach where designing for inclusion is designing for somebody that is cut out to what is the core of the design, the main users. Design for inclusion is a matter of how we frame diversity. Diversity is something that is convenient for life. This is what Darwin said a long time ago. Life uses diversity as a strategy for survival. So we should appreciate diversity. We should understand diversity. And when, as an instant, we keep on working and having in mind as a main model, designing for inclusion, as an instant, designing for aging people, for the aging society, I say yes, this is very important also because from the point of view of demography, we are an aging society, so producing segregation and exclusion of aging people, we are going to have big problems in our models of development. But also every time we identify a diverse team, we should be able to understand who are the others. So what do we lose when we forget about young people in society? So from my point of view, think about the fact that young people now have faced with the future where they will have the burden of the economical and productive capability to maintain a world with all aging people. And we are not yet able to listen to young people. The new generation were born with the digital tool in their hand. They have different capabilities with respect to people 20 years older, 15 years older. Yet we are not capable to listen to them. And if we are not able to listen to young people that have different perception of space, different perception of resources, this is an example of how you can frame the space. This is out of the central station of Milano. And, you know, it's a struggle for the municipality to keep it clean and to keep it in the idea of good presentation of the city, of the traditional. But young people leave this space as an opportunity. Why can't we learn from them? And if we can't learn from women, from young people, how are we going to learn from minorities? So it's a matter of underrepresentation in political decision making. So from my point of view, one of the biggest challenge for the researcher now is how we can give a contribution to create systems or to facilitate situation where people that experience diversity can can be represented into the political decision making. And my thinking about big problems such as the digital transition of services. So we should be able to learn more about what is the cost of neglecting inclusion. Neglecting inclusion is very, very, very expensive because every time you design a solution that is meant for good purposes, that is meant to encourage behavior change and the adoption of more convenient behavior from the point of view of sustainability, every time we exclude somebody, we reduce the effectiveness of what we design. So every time I design a station without having in mind safety, I produce this is a station, one of the stations that brings students and professors to one of the Polimi campus in Milano. This location is a nightmare, and all my women colleagues that can afford it drive by car to the campus because after 6 p.m. this is not safe at all. And the other one is Piazzale d'Ateo. It's a place that is a nightmare. And so if we learn from the needs of women, if we design transportation, if we design everything, keeping in mind the needs of the diverse cluster of users, we can learn something that is good for everybody, because safety is not a matter only for women. If we observe the life of women now, we see that women spend a lot of their time in Italy in caring activities, taking care of children, taking care of relatives, taking care of people with diseases in their family. And if we design services keeping in mind or analyzing and learning from this kind of diversity, we can produce better services. Not because we are going to have women for in the future that are forced to take care of. But if we learn from them, we produce a situation where we can facilitate the evolution of the society, where the caring activities are split by all the people. Otherwise, we design for the average people that do not exist. Digital technologies, in principle, allow to learn a lot from the people, to go from a situation where we do we design solution, not only designers, but we design health protocols and policies and services based on the average, toward the situation where we can learn from individual behaviors with a high accuracy. And this is as an example of the project Sidewalks in Toronto, where they wanted to engage the people to give a contribution to map the situation of inclusion and problems in the sidewalks of the city. So digital technologies are offering several different ways the possibility to learn about real behavior of people. And I'm going to finish a 3 years long project funded by the Recovery Fund projects for well-being at work. Well-being at work is a very wicked problem because, and an important problem, because people now, even in office work, they develop so many diseases or, yes, a situation of bad health, mentally and physically, related to their work experience. But then to be able to approach in a different way with a new solution the issue of the well-being, we need to develop, to learn more, to collect data. So we are working to develop solutions that allow the collection of data about behaviors, lifestyles, and well-being, mental and physical well-being. But first of all, we need because we want to enable a new generation of healing based on data that can take into account the diversity of people. Up to now, the data that are available for all the services do not consider diversity. And we can, one of the challenges is to imagine a future where the collection of data is feasible, without violating the elementary rights of the people. Because you can imagine it's not an easy task to collect data about behavior and lifestyle and well-being of people in working environment. And we could do this in every dimension of the life. This is again a reference of an old project by Carlo Ratti and other institutions, where the behavior of people in public spaces were tracked down by cameras and just to understand the flows of people. And also I leave to the students that are here a reference about the criticism about this kind of services, because the kind of future we could produce with the use of technologies, it's going to produce a big changes in the opportunities we have, in the organization of our life, in the way people are engaged into the decision-making of services and so on. So we need to make experiments as designers. We need to have vision of possible solution, and we need to involve the people in the reflection of the pros and cons that each solution can bring with itself. What I want to stress to conclude this part is that inclusion in design is not philanthropy. It's not only an ethical issue. It's also an ethical issue. It's a matter of convenience. It's a matter of quality of design. It's a matter of efficiency and effectiveness of design. And again, when we deal with design for inclusion, we have the, I argue that as designers, and I must accelerate, I think. I have 5 minutes left. Can I take 7? Okay. So we need to, sorry? You have 10 minutes left. Okay, good. I can relax. So we need to understand if with the design tools and approaches we have are good or should be updated, refined. And so I want to mention 3 approaches that, from my point of view, are very, very important, very suitable. And one is the human-centered design, based on user studies and approaches of design that start from the understanding of people. The second one, I will go very fast, it's co-design. And then the third one is systemic design, for which I have a case study to discuss with you. And for the 3 of them, I think we need to go to the tradition, but also we need a bit of upgrading and uplifting and up. So let's talk about user-centered design, human-centered design. This is, you cannot read it, this is not meant to be read. From my point of view, this is an impressive representation of the user studies, some of, developed in the last 60 years, let's say. It's a huge amount. We know, we learned a lot. Designers have been for decades studying the human beings, and yet we are here again studying human beings and spending a lot of our design energy in understanding people. This is quite normal, as the epistemologist and designer Alain Fenderi used to say, design is a form of anthropology. And every time we design an artifact, we produce a change in the way people act, in the opportunities that people have to conduct an activity. And so we discover something about the human beings. So, of course, human-centered design is very important, and we keep on learning through sociology, neurosciences, psychologists, and so on. And, of course, the approach based on the double diamond that conduct user studies to understand the people we are working for, and then develop a solution, and then work for accessibility and so on is good. And but we must first of all develop a different awareness of the importance of involve diverse perspectives. And Antonio Grillo was mentioning before the importance of going beyond personas. And I think personas is a very interesting reflection point, because personas are so popular, but also this is Alan Cooper, the inventor of persona method. Even him is desperate for the use designers do of personas now. He says, well, it was better than what is employed now. So forgive me, I will go to the first description of what the personas are for Alan Cooper, because I think it was very, very wise in the original form, not in the let's say, McKinsey style design thinking approach, where you represent the best, the coolest user you can have. When Alan Cooper was writing about the personas, he had in mind that you cannot design a car that is good for all the drivers. Because if you design a car that is good for any parents carrying dogs, goods, and so on, or for a worker, a carpenter carrying his tool, or for a salesman that must drive in the city center, park easily, and at the same time have a good representation, a good visible identity, you will design a monster. So Alan Cooper introduced the personas to explain that when you deal with people, you must make a choice. You must identify types of people
and exclude some. You know that you cannot design with everybody, because this is always true. When you design a sidewalk, you know that the sidewalk have some functions, so probably there will be a step, and even if you know you want to include also people with a wheelchair, you know that the sidewalk is better if it is high. But then when you have the realm of people you are designing for, you identify the types of people, because you want to identify the most difficult that you can satisfy. It's the core is when you satisfy for the most difficult to satisfy, you will produce better satisfaction for everybody. So in the design of an interface for entertainment on long flying, on long lasting flights, Alan Cooper said, I will design for the most difficult to satisfy. An old man with the problems with ergonomy, cognitive problems, not so familiar with digital technology. And I think we have this in mind, because otherwise, if we do not have in mind that we must identify the most difficult to satisfy and design for them, we go back to the older representation of human being as something that is abstract, that is perfect, that we can represent sitting or standing, and that's it. While, you know, some forms of design have already identified the importance of identify the diversity of people. Think about fashion. If you have to design and sell jeans, you need, of course, to make a compromise. You cannot tailor a pair of jeans for each individual. There are no two bodies that are the same. You need to identify the minimum number of variables that can produce the variety of jeans that are good to fit the bodies of everybody. This is something we should keep in mind. And so, in some cases, clustering is a goal. In some cases, not. What is important is to keep in mind the cost of not working for inclusion, and different inclusion problems, make a taxonomy of the different situation to adopt the best design approach. So the real challenge is to value diversity as a resource. And then I have 5 minutes. 5 minutes left for my case study. And if political representation is an issue, I am presently, as a researcher, interested in what I can do as a designer to facilitate, to empower the civil society that can represent diversity in the dialogue with the policymakers. And so I refer to systemic design. I had the chance to collaborate with a young researcher that has been with me for 1 year. We did a research with the Consulta Femminile di Milano. Consulta is an association that was founded in 1963, so it's 60 years old, and collects 18 different associations of women in Milano. They are, let's say, an elitarian association, since all the associations are long-lasting associations. They have a dialogue with the local administration, and they have dialogue with other umbrella organizations in Italy. So this is the list of the associations that are parts of this association of association, the Consulta. And as you can see, there are several associations of professional women, such as women engineers, women in entrepreneurs, and women engaged in healthcare, and women doctors, women in laws, and so on. What is their struggle? The struggle is to increase their influence. So we were, let's say, asked to make a project with them because despite the long-term commitment, despite a very strong network of relationship with other organizations and apparently a good dialogue with the local decision makers, they feel they are not well heard. They are not listening. Their impact on local administration is not sufficient. And this is an issue that very often civil society have with the political world. Very often parties tend to have an instrumental use of their relationship with the with the civil society. And also women associations are so many, but they tend to be fragmented. So the case study was interested. And I want to tell you very shortly about the methodology we employed, because I think the interesting part of systemic design is that you do not empathize with the individuals. We do not make a research on individuals, but you transfer the approach to organizations. So the three main steps is exploring the system, getting familiar with it. And the second one is to define the opportunities to create innovation through design, and then to present to this community the findings of these two preliminary phases to enable, to activate reflection within this association. So collective design is not co-design, is enabling a community to develop a redesign process. So this is what we did to explore the system. We analyzed, we collected data, and we activated a process of dialogue between researchers and the members of this association, and more, yes, to go toward the design rationale, and to identify the opportunities for them to achieve their goals. And when you observe a community, when you observe an individual, very often you also need to deal with the contradiction, the cognitive dissonances of people, the difference between what people do and what people say and what people do. And the same is with the communities. So when a community say, I want to increase my impact, I want to increase my visibility, I want to do this and that, it's very important to identify the tensions. So in our research, we collected the subjective point of view and the external point of view, and we explored the opportunities for this network of organization to increase their network with different other organizations. So this is very shortly the process. So we did some scraping, web scraping, to understand what the word official document, and also social media and so on. We did interviews and so on. And then we did a co-design workshop. And so these are the dimensions we investigated. We investigated how this organization works, what are the dynamic, what are the written rules and practical behaviors. We discussed about values. We mapped the visions and objectives. We also mapped all the possibility and the possible collaboration, and then explored or did some shadowing of their activities of relationship with the external organization. So we uncovered internal tension. I think I have to go very quickly, but when you identify tension, you can enable, and you present the tension that you identified, you enable a process, a cognitive process in the community, a conversation. People become aware of the contradiction between what they say they want to do when they go into different direction, and what they say and what they actually do. And so it's not that you must tell them what they are supposed to do, but you facilitate the fact that they become more aware. And so one of the tension we identify is the fact that this community is committed for long-term impact, but they are spending much of their energies in short-term projects that sometimes leave no products or that are not visible. Then the second one is the fact that they want to acquire impact on decision making in a political world. At the same time, they want to maintain their independence and their autonomy. And this is friction again. And then they want to increase their impact, so they would like to make proposals that change the rule of the game, such as propose laws, new rules, new laws. But at the same time, they want to have here and now practical results, so they are very engaged in practical projects such as cultural initiatives within the prison or so on. So the identification of this tension produced a dialogue internal to this community that arrived, of course, together with the map of the tension, we produce a map of opportunities and strategies that make them think about their priorities and discuss about their priorities. And when we did a workshop with them, the conclusion were not the one we expected. We expected them to invest a lot of energy in the construction of the national network of this organization, while well, this is a priority, but not the first priority, because these are communities privilege the growth, the being together, motivation for being a volunteer are complex. It's not the time now to talk about this, but the personal growth, the personal sense of agency is more important than to acquire power with respect to the political world. So there is something to work about. But from the point of view of the methodology, the application of systemic design showed that we can work with communities as designers to enable a reflection on weak points and a reflection on opportunities, and facilitate the growth of this community, empowering them to change, to grow, or to be more self-aware and happy about the contradiction they live in. Okay, I am done, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we have about 10 minutes for the...
Sorry.
Don't worry, it was a nice presentation.
I would like just a real thank you for your presentation, also because I really like,
especially in a complex matter as not inclusive, but also diversity, when you're starting to approach through a definition and proper understanding of this matter. I always like the way I like the way that you approach this complex matter. So before, I really have tons of pages of things that I would like to ask, but I will first of all leave for some questions from the audience here or online. I don't know if there is any. Don't be shy. Well, yes, okay. Really, I have lots. I will pick one, because I really like when you tackle the matter of definition of diversity. You were talking about perception diversity, cultural diversity, and also the way I liked your sentence, you should appreciate diversity. But also I found a little things that something like blink in my mind, that you show the Microsoft principle, no? Recognize diversity, learn diversity, solve diversity. And when you say solve, also in my mind, for my perception, start something like solved. It's something that has a premises like there is an issue, a problem that you need to solve, right? And this brought me to a conference that I had a few weeks ago, in which they say that we should switch from something that should be solved to something that should bring like a concern, something to think of. And you were saying in a few slides before, something that should bring the awareness into people to a matter that is not an issue, but it's something that from their perspective could even be a potential, no? And this led to another idea, this one, like solve for one, extend to many, no? something that need to be tackled from someone that maybe does not even has that issue. And this led me to another concept, when you say co-design, and when you say also design for all. I would like to bring also for, maybe it could be even a thought for a little debate, but there was this person at this conference that says we should, because of the perception, we should ban the idea of design for all and start to talk about design with all. Because the matter, and this is not because design for all was bad, but for the perception from someone that says that designer has the arrogance, as Grillo was saying before, the arrogance to arrive and solve another problem. So from your perspective, this is the question. What is the matter when you want to co-design with someone? And so the matter of engagement with someone, when, for instance, I don't have this kind of issue, I cannot have the perception of an issue, even if could not be perceived as an issue. Therefore, how a designer should approach a design for someone or design with someone for a problem that should be tackled or not, whether a designer should engage this kind of matter or even not, because there is also the idea that design creates the condition for others to design for their own things. But I would like just to see your perspective from, and again, it's really a complex matter. Yes, it's a debate, yes, indeed, but I really have tons of things I would like.
I intended to be provocative, so I'm happy I can activate a dialogue that we can go on to talk about. I start from, you touched my weak point. I will do an outcome. Maybe Antonio can tell me if you agree or not. It's about the fact that co-design is not sustainable for most clients. In my experience, I've been working for big companies usually, and sometimes, yes, we are engaged in helping them to redesign their design methodology. This is what they ask me and my group. And very often co-design is very difficult because it takes time and takes requires the capability of being open and trustful toward the designers that we will produce results. In several circumstances, as an instance with this association that are all, as I said, graduated people, all very engaged people and so on, co-designing with an association of women in law, it's not easy at all from my point of view. Co-designing with doctors is not easy at all. Co-design is possible in my experience when you have a company that has already understood the potential of design. So, as I was mentioning before, Alan Cooper, it's solved for one extent to many. It's good when you are the capability to choose the one that is within your target team, but it's also the most difficult to satisfy. So it's solving for one, it's a matter of understanding the whole and making a proposal. Then co-design becomes easier if you arrive with the proposals. So it's a matter of creativity. With this community, making the research activated the process of co-design, but they were not easily ready to admit this, that we were producing a change while we were inquiring. And while we arrived with a set of solutions, everything was clear for them. We discussed solutions, not discussed the co-design methodology. There is a difference. So from my point of view, co-design is is something that we should think about. We should go beyond cards. We should go beyond practices that require the understanding a priori of the possible fruits of co-designing. And very often we can co-design with people, arriving also with a set of solutions that are based on real knowledge that we must acquire before, and then discuss with them on practical examples, because it's much easier to involve people when you arrive with a set of solutions. And then not because one of the solution you are going to produce is one of those that you present, but it's because it's easier for people, companies, and some communities to discuss on practical projects than on abstract goals of working together. I don't know if I gave you an answer.
No, absolutely. I also saw that, I don't know if you want to... No, sorry.
I want to say completely with you. The important thing is also to consider, when you say...
Sorry.
Can you come here?
Design is much expensive than what? Then designing something that is not adopted. It depends on the context, of course, but completely with you. But it's absolutely, I would say, it's absolutely up to us to sell the value of conshaping a solution in a participatory way sometimes, despite, doing something, deliver something on time and fail subsequently. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering what your feelings are kind of with the relations of more, if we can call it like morality and ethics, when you're using with like the examples for public space and sidewalk labs. When you're a designer working with the company, I mean, I don't know if you worked with, had something to do with the Google projects in Toronto, but like I was wondering what your feedback is on this. Like as a designer, if a company like Google is asking for your help, and like, is there a level of trust? Because like Google would say, oh, we're this philanthropic company, we're just doing this to improve trash collection. We're doing it to collect user data just for their sake. But then it's Google. That's not, like, do you ever come into this kind of battle with the client that?
Well, no. I mean, yes and no. I think there are two different questions in what you are saying, if I take it correctly. The first one is if I would work for Google, and the answer is yes. I've been working with big companies and working as an assistant for Enel here in Rome. And I had to struggle because, for companies, the goal is to increase the number of customers. And for me, the issue was to encourage people to have a better understanding on how they use electric power. And so the answer is yes, I can accept the compromise of working with bigger companies. I think we should be everywhere, and I embrace contradiction. This is my point, and I'm sure that we can do a lot to wake up and to give voice to some cognitive dissonances of people that work for these big companies. And this is our role. When we talk about data and ethics, yes, I completely agree with you. This is a very important issue because we know that the real power now is in the hand of those that have all the data, and we know that the use of this company do of our data is not fair. Also because our data is the capital, we should reward it for the data we share. But at the same time, we should also know that we need big changes in transportation, resources, and so on, pollution. And we cannot do this if we do not accept to produce new knowledge about the behavior of people that includes data. So from my point of view, as a woman, if you read researches about women and transportation, you see that women have different behaviors. It's not only a matter of safety. Women access much less, they use less their own car, and then public transportation, but at the same time, they don't use very much the sharing services, car sharing, bike sharing, and this is something that should be understood, the why, and in depth. But now we don't have enough data about the behavior of women about transportation. So if we do not accept that our data are collected, of course, with the respect of individual freedom, we cannot produce the knowledge we need to design a new generation of convenient services. So this is my position. Did I answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. My question is like a curiosity about your last case study. My question is if you consider the intersectionality, like in this case you work with women, but did you consider beforehand the intersectionality of maybe other categories of diversity in these categories of women, or if it came up, and if it did, how did you deal with it?
The girl I've been working with, she has been working on immigrants community, and she's going back to Delft, unfortunately for me, very fortunately for her, to take a PhD in this topic in economics university. And but for me, it was my first experiment of applying systemic design, and I think it's very powerful. It could be applied also in a working organization from my point of view. The methodology is always there. It's learning from this community, inquiring, empathizing, understanding, and then working on tensions. And tensions are very, very important. And yes, identifying opportunities for evolution, and then co-designing after, or co-designing or let this community design based on what you produce. So this is my first experience in the field.
Because I imagine that considering also different kinds of diversity within a group can be very challenging. Like if you're working with women, you cannot just consider one kind, let's say, of women. Maybe we have like disabled women or coming from different countries and cultures, so I guess like overlapping these diversity.
Well, I must tell you that here there is a world of diversity. There are women from the Adaiditsa, that is the organization of women from Israel, or from Jewish women, and there are Catholic women, and there are women with different professional specializations. So it's a matter of priority of language. This is one point, and one of the tension I was mentioning is the fact that they want to be together, but they all appreciate diversity because diversity is inspiring, make them grow. But at the same time, this diversity is a bottleneck for their external communication, because every time they must communicate something externally, they need to find an agreement. This is also for the European Union decision. When you want to have a long-term community, you tend to be frozen, to have friction in external communication. While design evidence that this is an opportunity, because we know that the women association, women organization have very different points of view, as an instance about the possibility to have, I don't know, gestazione per altri, when you have children that are, another woman is pregnant for you, this is a topic that is very hot in this community. But we can become the place, the organizer of a space where the diverse points of view make comparisons. Can reflect, can grow, can find compromises, can clarify ideas. So I can tell you that this was enough from the point of view of diversity in several different perspectives. That is not accessibility, is not exclusion, but and this becomes an opportunity if you read it, if you focus, if you understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have the last coffee break and then the very last session. We went a few minutes late, so I think we can meet back at 16:35 and then yeah, go on. Thank you very much. Ah, sì, 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 sì. Oh, hello. So nice to meet you. So yeah, you sent me some extra slides. Just wanted to make sure where to put them.
Yes. I probably won't use all of them, I just want them there.
So just a second. So I had downloaded the last slides. And how we're going to go is basically for each of you we will have a slide. Therefore, I wanted to understand which image to put for which.
Yes. Okay.
Which
So
version.
I mean, so basically, so this is the first one.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted a couple of these, but it's okay.
If you want to two, we can put two as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
So just this one and then this one.
Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate this one and put this and this.
Just this one. Yeah. Don't worry.
Just this one.
That's fine. Okay, you just copy paste that.
Ciao Simone. Aspetta un momento. Come spacciamo il suono? Cavolo. Un secondo che devo cambiare un po' il setup tecnico. Sì, sì. No, non so perché. Beh, perché normalmente c'è un inoltre a Gmail e non è andato. Vabbè, provato, grazie. Scusa, è segnato quale domanda?
Sì, ho messo... Allora, 1, 2, 3. Però c'è scritto...
Come?
Allora, la foto...
Ah, ok.
Con la gente è
Ok.
1.
Ok, perfetto. Sì, ok, grazie. Grazie mille.
Hai mangiato? Mangiato qualcosa? Ma dai, vuoi che ti vada a prendere qualcosa? No. Sia sicuro. Mi hanno fatto la spesa. Perché non abbiamo mai fatto foto a loro col telefono.
Spero che invece
ti sei più staccato. Emilia, scusa adesso.
Sto un attimo gestendo una
Ti
situazione tecnica.
Ti lasciamo nella situazione tecnica o vuoi
Allora, tarderemo circa 10 minuti.
Nessun problema? Ti volevo già dire che io sono molto flessibile, nel senso che serve di meno, di più, diciamo. In base ai tempi che ci
Allora,
sono.
più o meno abbiamo calcolato circa 6 minuti per una però dico, sì, faccio io dopo la domanda andrà così, per ogni non mi hai mandato niente immagini.
Volevo andare stamattina,
Va bene, adesso se vuoi.
dire quale sarebbe l'immagine. Ancora adesso.
Ormai. Vabbè, se ce l'hai proprio sotto mano possiamo fare, però comunque andrà che andiamo in ordine perché poi secondo le immagini mandate a lui se no e quindi sì,
Per tema ci si alterna e poi
c'è una discussione finale poi anche le domande.
ora ti lasciamo
Sì, grazie. It's not. No, really not. Not. Okay. Simona, mi senti?
Sì.
Ah, ok, perfetto. Allora comincio a... non mi vedi ancora perché per il momento la camera è spenta, ma stiamo sistemando. È importante che mi senti perché così comunichiamo in tempo reale, altrimenti su Meet era con un slittamento di 10 secondi, quindi dovevamo cambiare un po' il setup. Quindi
Sì.
dammi un secondo.
Non ti preoccupare.
Ciao Simone, rifaccio la prova, mi senti? Ok, perfetto, allora sembra che il setup tecnico funziona finalmente. Qualche altro minuto che rientra dal pubblico.
Sì.
Oh, okay. So sorry for the delay. We had some accumulated delay, and we also needed to fix a little bit of a different setup because, as you can see, we are doing a roundtable right now. So we all going to have a kind of discussion with members of the civil society. So while so far we had keynote speakers from the academic world, or in case of Antonio Grillo from the private company, but he also has an academic experience. In this case, we have members of the private of the civil society to tackle various aspects of diversity. So in our lineup we have Charlie Robertson, Emilia Astor, in ordine from Amnesty International Italia. She's a head of unit of the Human Rights Education. And then Charlie Robertson from Amsterdam, co-founder of Make It Work. Gian Pietro Leonardi, author and curator of chirographies. And last but not least, Simone Riflesso, who is joining us online. So the way we're going to carry out this session is that, sorry, just a moment. I need to find my current slide. So I will have 3 questions for each of the speakers. And I'm anticipating all these questions so that the audience can prepare other questions. So please make sure that your questions are different from these 3, because these 3 are already asked by me. So first we will start by asking whether in the day-to-day activities of the roundtable participants, inclusive is included, is a priority, and how it is a priority, more specifically. The second question will be about the challenges they encounter regarding inclusive and diversity in their activities. And finally, with the third question, we try to understand which would be the skills that are necessary in education of young designers, researchers, PhD students, in order to promote inclusivity, coexistence, and diversity. So without further, save your questions, okay? Write it down. If you are online, actually you can already put your questions in the in the Google Meet chat. So we have 30 minutes at the end in order to discuss these questions. So, Emilia, in your day-to-day activity, how do you make sure inclusivity becomes a priority?
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. I hope you can hear me well. I have 5 minutes for this super wide concept. I'm putting an alarm for myself. No. It can be shorter, it can be longer. Maybe just because of course, if you think about Amnesty International, which has to do with human rights, inclusivity is pretty much everywhere. But for those who don't know, maybe a very quick explanation of what we do might be useful. So Amnesty International is a global movement. We have around 10 million members in over 150 countries and territories. So it is a global movement, no? And what we do, basically, we have 2 big pillars, which is the governance of the activists, building up the politics of the organization, and the management. And in the management, which is coordinated by our international secretariat in London, we have the national sections. And every national section is managed a bit differently. What we do in Italy is we call it Human Rights Impact Division. And in the Human Rights Impact Division, we have campaigning, advocacy and lobby, activism, and education. So we work all together to try to bring some change. And the 3 pillars that we work for change is change in laws and policies, change in accountability, and change in mobilizing people. What for? To improve people's lives. Okay, so I know this is a lot of information now, but just to give you an idea of what we do. So how does inclusivity become a priority for human rights education? I would say that it is maybe the basics of our work, because being a global movement and being something that we try to develop on the global level, we try to be inclusive to one another all the time. But we are also changing a little bit our perception on what we do. No? Is it about inclusion or diversity, or should we change our keywords a little bit? So this is the image that we show. No, that it's a bit. It has a lot to do with time, and the fact that we need to both work on the urgencies of things, because as we all know, we live in time of crisis and we have to be fast. But at the same time, we have to slow down a little bit and to listen to our global partners. So we shifted I would say a little bit too late, but we shifted our language from diversity and inclusion towards intersectionality, decoloniality, and people power. And what does that mean? To have an intersectional approach, a decolonial approach, and people power-based approach in education, it is about being aware of power relations. And I do see many elements that have to do with design, for example, and with research. No? So I can give you some examples of what we do in education. No? So I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of intersectionality, for example, but intersectionality has to do with oppression. So the fact that people may be facing different oppressions, and these types of oppression create unique forms of oppressions as well. Decoloniality means being aware of the fact that we, as Amnesty International, come from a movement that was developed in London. So we started using a language and using lenses in all our actions, which were very much and still are somehow London-based. People power to us means delegating power to people. Not only delegating, but trying to develop power with people. So it has a lot to do with stepping back sometimes, but I would say also being very clear on our positioning, what we want as Amnesty, and then introduce ourselves to the people that we work with, especially learners, about what they may want. So it is about stepping back and trying to avoid as much as possible the risk of white saviorism, in a way, in our approach. And maybe transform the languages a little bit. So there is not like one, let's say, simple
answer to how do we actually become decolonial, how do we actually ensure intersectionality, how do we put in practice people power. It depends on the people we work with. So it takes a lot of time. It means going where the people are, telling them what we want to do, be very clear on our positioning, and try to change our approach that is not about helping people anymore, but about helping each other. So maybe this in 5 minutes as an introduction. I know it's not very, very deep, but it opens up a little bit what we're shifting from in terms of keywords and languages. Thank you.
So next up, Charlie Robertson, please.
Thank you very much. And Amelia, you inspired me to put a timer on, so I'm going to do the same. But hi, everyone. Lovely to meet you. I'm Charlie. I really appreciate being here today. Oops. Turn it off. It's on. Yeah. I'm from the UK originally, but I live in Amsterdam, so it's really nice to come to Rome for the day. You may be wondering what is Make It Work, what's my the company I have, but so basically I'm a facilitator, so I facilitate strategy days, team building, offsites, and I do that with a number of companies, but I also have Make It Work, which specializes in diversity and inclusion trainings and workshops and talks for companies. So how to be a good LGBT ally, go in and give keynotes around LGBT history. So basically, I design human experiences, and I bring teams together, and hopefully, create a fun experience for them. I guess I want to start with, what does inclusion mean to me? Well, whenever I facilitate a conversation, whenever I bring a group together, inclusion really means to me that everyone feels valued, everyone's opinion matters, and their contributions are valuable to the group. So how do I do that? And I guess this is where the question comes in. And also, by the way, I'm a drag queen, so that's why there's a picture of a drag queen up on the wall, which I'll get to in a second. But I kind of have 4 ways I build inclusivity into everything I do. So if I'm working with a group for a first time, I really want to get to know my audience. So I'll check in with the client before, and I work with lots of different organizations, large corporates, small corporates, NGOs, sometimes governments. So I will, before a big workshop, do one-on-one interviews with obviously the managers, but also with the whole team. If it's a very large group of 100 or more, I'll run a survey. And this is basically to say, what do I need to be aware of for the group? What is the group dynamics? What are the power structures going on within the group? Do I need to be aware of any neurodiversity or any accessibility needs? And this really helps me make sure that when I come up to facilitate the group, I'm aware of things going on. For example, I ran an online training with a blind participant. So that really meant I had to really think about the design process when I went into the training. So making sure I'm speaking with clarity, making sure the learning materials were in black and white because they were 80% blind so they could see better, making sure other participants were aware and spoke clearly when they were speaking. If I'm working with lots of different nationalities, making sure other trainers are in the room who speak the different languages. And if it's in person, doing a site visit to make sure it's accessible for all. When I'm actually in the session itself, I really try and design for psychological safety. And what I really mean by psychological safety is creating a safe space where people feel genuine belonging, feel accepted and respected. So at the start of any session, I would normally run a social contract, which is basically an agreed set of rules that we'll work together as a team and that we can hold ourselves accountable to. And how I run that is using a couple of different conversation formats. Please, can you show the next slide? So for example, these are quite helpful. For example, 1, 2, 4 all is a really good conversation format. Oh, it's really super loud. Conversation format to get people to think individually first, then in pairs, then in 4s, and then we come together as a group to design that social contract. So this is a really nice one, especially for people who are more introverted or want more time to reflect. And these are some different conversation formats I use. Fishbowl is another one I use. People in the middle can only speak and the people on the outside have to listen. And it's really good for breaking down power structures. So sometimes I get managers just to be on the outside circle and people on the inside can only talk. So they have to actively listen. So that's another way I design. And there are many different conversation formats that may be useful to you, such as liberating structures. This is an online resource, open source, with about 35 different conversation formats. I also introduce, some rules. So, for example, take space, make space. So if you're going to take up space in a conversation, make sure afterwards you're allowing space for others to talk. I introduce things like Vegas rule, which is kind of self-explanatory, but basically means, if we're having a sensitive conversation, especially around diversity and inclusion, make sure, what stays in the room, what is said in the room stays in the room. So it creates that confidentiality between us. And I guess the last thing I do, if you go back to the last slide, I try and bring a queer lens to everything I do as a gay man and a drag queen. So I've also started bringing drag into the workspace. So this, and why I do this is because drag challenges norms, it builds community, it creates inclusion through play and performance. And so I think if I turn up in drag to a workshop or a strategy day, nearly there. If I turn up to work in a drag, I kind of role modeling to open up, to express yourself. So I think someone will see me and say, oh, they're in drag. Maybe I can say what I really want to say because they've shown up in drag. So it's quite fun. So for me, inclusion isn't really a theory, but more a practice and a lived experience. And if people leave the room that I facilitated feeling a little seen, feeling a little braver, oh, sorry, it's so loud. I feel I'm doing my job as a facilitator. That's mine. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. I'm Gianpietro Leonardi, and I speak from a local and queer perspective. I run a blog and website called Queerographies. So I want to talk about inclusivity from a queer perspective. What inclusivity means from a queer person doing queer theories. First of all, it challenges the idea of inclusion and inclusivity, because it doesn't mean to add something to an existing order. I don't want to do that, and queer theories don't want to do that. Inclusion, as it's often understood, implies that there is a stable center, and this center is capable of welcoming the other. But this system regulates what gets in and gets out. So we challenge that idea. So inclusivity from a queer perspective challenges this idea. It does not ask to be included, rather it asks to question the very idea of that center. So to rethink who defines belonging, participation, visibility, legitimacy. So in my daily work, I try to make this kind of inclusivity an act of disruption and reimagining the not of assimilation. That's what I was telling you before. I created this blog in more than 10 years ago. It's, I guess, 2003, sorry. This blog is a platform that maps and promotes LGBTQIA+ literature in Italy, published in Italy. And the main aim of this platform is not to add more voices to something that is already there, but to show that these voices were already there, but they were silenced and misread. So I try to give them voice, give them space, and try to create a new sort of queer practice of reading, a way to reveal that what has been hidden in the canon, to shift focus, and to let multiplicity replace hierarchy. This is very important for me. So I try also to make this critical and literary discourse more accessible. And through social media, I do this this kind of activity, but without making reference to storytelling or making using trends popular in social medias, because there is a sort of flattening the discourse. I don't want to flatten the discourse. I want to make it more wider to reach more people. So inclusivity means to me creating more spaces of shared understanding where knowledge circulates horizontally between scholars, readers, and activists, rather than vertically from experts to audiences. That's what a queer idea of inclusivity looks like to me. Not integration, but transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go on with Simone.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm so happy to be here.
Wait a minute, I don't hear you.
Let's try again.
Try again now.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
I hear a bit of
Is there a problem of sound online?
I hear a echo, so annoying. Not anymore. Do you hear me now?
It's very low voice.
Okay. Do you hear me? Can 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 you hear me?
Okay, try now.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I really can't hear you.
Can you try now?
Let's try. Can you hear me? The problem is that I don't know if you can hear me. Is that a thumbs up? Okay, let's try. So the beginning has been pretty traumatic. I will talk about disability, neurodiversity, and intersectional perspective. I'm a designer interested in data visualization and the information of design. And I talk by being part of an association which take care of accessible digital accessibility, and in particular for blind and visually impaired people. For my point of view, the essential of intersectionality is that accessibility must be at the center of mutual care. And we must start by the principle that from intersectionality point of view, we are a sum of oppression and privilege. And for designer, knowing their own privilege is essential for having a perspective that recognizes human rights. Accessibility is a matter of human rights, not only of user experience or service design. It's a matter of being able to access in the world. So from this perspective, the design practice must take accessibility at the center of every practice of care and design. This means taking in consideration the importance of putting at the center the margins. So as said before, to design for the most vulnerable people, and even taking in consideration the multi-discrimination that people from many marginalized groups face in the everyday life, and that affect their ability to be full citizen in the society. So I look at design by the human right perspective. There are laws that we have, and the problem is like the lack of actualization of the law and the respect of the law. And even for me, the center of the care means to build safe places where multi-marginalized people can feel safe, not to not feel the emotion of fear, or that the space doesn't belong to them. Sometimes even starting from the most common tool that we have, which is the language. From a disability point of view, like the design and the use of language and plain language and an easy to read and to understand language is essential, not only for accessibility and for the disability community, but even for like the broader audience of people with an ethnic background, and for the elders. So
as a designer, we put the attention of the quality of information at the center, and I think we must redefine what we think as a designer is acceptable and unacceptable. Like, I think we must admit ourselves that we must tell ourselves that excluding someone is not acceptable, and the accessibility must not be taken as a matter of cost, because if so, it means that certain people rights must not be fulfilled for budget or for like business reasons. And so I think this might be enough for now. I hope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, now back to the room. So thank you. At this point, we have finished the first round of questions, and we're going to move forward with the second question. So what are the main challenges you encounter in relation with inclusivity? I suppose that there will be many, so you will highlight just a few, but
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Actually, what you said also inspired me a little bit. And hello, Simone, and also apologies for the torture that you had to go through with the sounds. But these are the technical things that might happen sometimes. So going back a little bit more in detail about what we do, which is human rights education, I noted down some challenges in keywords again. So for us, as I said before, maybe inclusivity in itself, the concept in itself is a challenge because we radically kind of challenge it. So how do we make sure that we respect the principles of inclusivity while at the same time critically and radically trying to analyze it in a way? By giving you some examples. Now, what we do in human rights education, we do both education and training modules, but also we do publications, both online and offline. And we are aware of the fact that full inclusivity is very difficult. It's very difficult. And sometimes, depending on the aim that we have, might not even be fully possible. For the type of actions that we do, for example, we stand next to young people, to young students that want to protest. And how do we make sure that the path through the protest in the street, it is actually accessible? It is actually inclusive. It is accessible for people with disabilities. It is accessible for undocumented people. No? And sometimes these elements are out of our responsibility, out of our control. But what we can do is to invite, for example, the young people to pose themselves the right questions. Like, are you taking this into consideration for your action? Are you taking into consideration that if you plan it in a certain way, it might make sense to you in terms of immediate let's say, result of your action. But if you're losing people, if you're leaving people behind, then it doesn't really work. So it works for us, but it also works with the young people that I work with, for example. And also in terms of the profile of participants that we have in our education and trainings. The more information we have about the people that we work with, of course, the better. So I need to know beforehand which type of audience do I have. Which type of learning needs they have. Do you have any people with who are visually impaired, for example? But sometimes we also know that we may be called, for example, for an assembly or for really actually schools calling us like, help, we need to talk about this now. So we might not have all the information. So one thing that we do maybe, and this goes maybe on the tips a little bit, is be aware of the fact that the more tools we use, the multiple methods we use in education, the easier it will be for us to go get closer to the learning styles as well of people. Might sound very simple, but it is something that we have to take into account. So gather as much information as possible as we can. If not, be open to the unexpected all the time, which is not easy, of course. And sometimes also it has to do with the fact to what extent we want to provide a safe space for learning, which is what we want to do because we want people to speak up. But at the same time, we also want to invite people to get a little bit into discomfort, because as in Amnesty International, we want to challenge them, and they want to feel that there is injustice. So it has to do a lot with, we're not making people happy in our workshops in a way. No? So how do we make sure that they get out of the safe zone a little bit, they go into the brave zone a little bit, without losing their motivation to be with us? So this is something that we have to take into consideration. And one thing which is really challenging for us, in education in general, I would say, is evaluating the impact of what we do. So how do we evaluate the success of a training activity or a training program? It's difficult because we have to go to qualitative data, probably, less than quantitative, or both. But when it comes to inclusivity, who defines success? So who poses the question, for example? How much are we open to say, okay, this is something that I thought was relevant, but maybe on the way it is not relevant for the people, no? So also in the terms of the methodology that we use, when it comes to having really an inclusive approach to evaluating the pedagogical material that we develop, we have to challenge ourselves all the time and try to step out, to step back a little bit and really define with the people, okay, what does success mean to you? Validate it with them. These are the learning objectives that we have set. Do they make any sense to you? And try to use multiple tools, which might not be very complicated language, but at the same time, we have to know that complicated language is needed, no? Because we need to have complexity. So this in terms of the major challenges for now that I would say. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, still with us? Can I get a hey? Everyone feeling good? Yeah, okay, good. Fabulous. And thank you so much again. Appreciate, yeah, it's lots of information being thrown at you. So I'm going to just talk about a few challenges from the business world and companies I see around inclusivity. I think a lot of the time managers and leaders are saying, yeah, we really want inclusivity. We want to hear everyone's opinion. We really care about everyone's perspective. But when push comes to shove, you know, this competes with pressure, profit, and the fear of upsetting the status quo. And so a lot of the time I get managers saying, we want to make sure every voice is heard when we're doing a strategy session. But when it comes down to it, you know, they really focus on the results and not focusing on how they're going to get there. So I call this the inclusion efficiency paradox, because the reality is research shows if you are much more inclusive in your design of the work you want to do, you're actually going to have better performance. So that's one thing I wanted to show. And if you wouldn't mind going on a couple of slides, sorry, and next one, sorry. Sorry, I know I cheated. You only meant to have one slide. But I just wanted to show you, this is quite a useful model on organizational culture that I use quite a lot. Because if you go into a company or an organization, you know, and you want to look at their culture and whether they're inclusive or not, there's three ways to do it. The first is just to see the physical space. You know, for example, in a company, do you have a cool pool table? Like, what does that mean? But that may be like a physical thing. And then you have the espoused values. So this is what's in their value system. We believe in inclusion. We believe every voice should be heard. We believe in, you know, creating a fun work environment. But where the really interesting tension comes in is looking at the underlying assumptions. So what people say may not be the reality. And so that's a lot of the work I do, unpacking, okay, you say you want inclusive culture, but a large majority of your workforce don't feel that they're being included or feel they can't speak up because there isn't that psychological safety. So a lot of the time I find inclusion is performed, but not practiced. And so, you know, a lot of the time I'll get asked, can you come and give a 1 hour allyship training on the LGBT community? I'm like, 1 hour is, you know, if there's systemic issues within your company, a one workshop session is not going to cut it. And it can be seen as kind of a tick boxing exercise. And that's a lot of the time I find with talk of inclusion, it can become a tick boxing exercise, specifically in the business world. And on top of this, you know, when I think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, this has become such a political term today and kind of a dirty word for many people in politics. This has obviously happened in the US, and we're seeing this massive pushback and rollback against DEI funding across Europe and the US and parts of the world. It's been treated before as a nice to have, and now even the word diversity or equity is kind of not clients back away from. Inclusion's still kind of accepted as a word, but it has to be for everyone. You can't be like inclusion for the LGBT community. So that's been obviously quite a scary thing I've been noticing. And if you go back one slide, I do a lot of work around pride and with companies around pride. And you just can see a lot of the time, there's this term called pinkwashing, where companies say they are pro LGBT community, but when the political climate changes, they back away quite fast. So for example, I don't know if anyone knows Dylan Mulvaney, but this is a trans influencer who was given a bunch of Bud Light, the beer, with her face on it for an Instagram promo. And then it got a lot of pushback from consumers of Bud Light and parts of the right-wing media in the US. And instead of supporting this trans influencer who's promoting their products, Bud Light completely backed away, said, oh, we don't want to be involved in this political conversation, and left Dylan Mulvaney to deal with the online hate speech that she got. So I just want to point this out, that there's a lot of hollow talk around inclusion, but the reality is, a lot of the time, if leadership don't buy in, or if the values, like I said before, are not actually aligned with the underlying assumptions, you get this massive tension that can lead to a lot of harm for the queer community. A couple of final points, I'd say. A lot of the time, when you're talking about inclusion, it relies on the emotional labor of the marginalized group themselves. So, like, for example, a lot of queer people are asked to do a lot of the educating of other people. And this can be at the risk of fear of rejection or being ostracized. So it's why allyship is such an important term. A final point I would say is, when we think about inclusion, a lot of the time, there's also a lot of discomfort which comes with that. Inclusion isn't all about just being comfortable, but you have to challenge people, you have to be ready to unlearn, and this can be uncomfortable. So inclusion can be quite easy to break because people fear discomfort, and so that can be a topic I wanted to bring up as well. So, like I say, I just want to land on the point that inclusion, especially within the business world, comes at competing pressures of short-termism, profit, and fear. And my task, what I want to do, is try and build systems that can hold difference when it gets hard, have these discomfort moments, but be up for the challenge of engaging with each other. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just tell you something about this picture. And because for me, inclusivity and inclusion is always a sort of contract between the personal and the political and the institution. So I have SPQR on the back, but which I hope to, the Q stands for queer. So I want to make Rome more queer. That's my intent, hopefully. So the first challenge I encounter with my work is structural, and it has to do with what we call the canon. As I already told you, my main field of interest is literary studies and queer literary studies. So the canon is central to what I do. And in one of my recent essays called C'è ancora un gay in questo testo, is still there a gay in this text, I, like many others, critics of course, argue that the literary canon is not neutral. It's built on exclusion through decisions that about what counts as valuable, universal, or representative. So working on queerographies and with queerographies means constantly confronting these exclusions. But inclusion is not a matter of adding queer names to a list, as I already told you. It's about questioning the very system that produces visibility and legitimacy. It means asking how certain voices became invisible in the first place and what kind of reading practice we need to bring them back. I always think of Umberto Saba, which is central in the literary canon, but his queer texts are excluded from the canon and from textbooks. So it's very, very tricky. Another challenge that I face is visibility itself. To make queer culture in Italy today is also to expose it to misunderstanding, hostility, or ideological backlash. Inclusivity, therefore, is never a comfortable position. It's an act of resistance, but also of imagination, reimagining how literature, criticism, and cultural participation can work. And finally, there is a challenge of sustainability. Queerographies is an independent and militant project with no institutional funding, and it is outside the academia. That means working with limitations, but also turning into creative opportunity. Inclusivity, in my case, grows through collaboration, through networks of trust, shared curiosity, rather than resources or hierarchy. Thank you.
Thank you again. So we're gonna make this technological switch to online. Simone, give me 10 seconds.
Let's try. Okay, perfect. First of all, I'm so happy to be here with I feel so aligned with all the people that talked before me. For me, a huge challenge is like the cultural resistance to accessibility practices in general. This might be because besides we are used to talk about gender and how these interact with our daily life. We are familiar with queerness. I think we are not that familiar when we talk about disability and our functioning. And I feel that ableism is so strong in society, and the capitalism and the our cultural values are so strong that we don't have the awareness of exclusion that many people encounter, and so we don't value the accessibility as a creative tool to exit from a position of not power. So the process of putting that accessibility at the center of our design processes make us practice an act of resistance to the matrix of oppression and power. Even because accessibility means do some work, which means even face our privilege, and no one wants to work for others or face our duty as a citizen. And so accessibility ask us to do some practical work that we don't want to. And even the principle of hyperperformativity is so strong that we have that idea of high performance, and we think it's normal to behave and feel in certain type of way. and that lead us to great stress in like everybody. We all face ableism in our daily life, but especially people with disability and neurodivergent people. So the process of creating spaces, safe spaces for multi-marginalized groups is even a transformative path for like every one of us, and that like the designer needs in order to like cultivate the wellness of the network and the community. And also accessibility is a huge occasion for creativity. Thinking to like cheap way of finding solution is so demanding and really needs many work. But we must take into consideration that the co-design, so give space to the most marginalized groups, is essential, is fundamental, because like the mantra say, is all about nothing about us without us, and in general nothing without us, because every like we are citizen like anybody else. And the concept for me fundamental is to create and give space and the platform for to the disability and neurodivergent scholars, designer, which exist. And like the creativity of the disabled community is so strong and so needed to like everyone in society, and it will bring a benefit to anyone, but we must create the context where it can be applied and listened. I hope you hear me.
Thank you very much. So let's go on with our third and final question about what skills should young designers and researchers develop in order to ensure greater inclusivity. Of course, I would ask this from your area of activity. So if you are hosting designers, what would you expect from them in your organization?
Thank you. Thank you also for the clarification on the question, because I would say I don't know, because it depends on what you are designing. It depends on what you are researching. So the skills really are, it depends on what we're talking about. I would actually quote what's been said before, especially by Simone, and turn it into questions maybe. In general terms, maybe I would suggest that, first of all, everyone, no matter if we're activists or designers or researchers, we should try to be aware as much as possible of our own privileges and the power structures, the institutional and structural power structures and discriminations, especially the invisible ones. And if we don't explore that, then do we actually work towards the inclusivity or not? So this is maybe a suggestion to all of us. Another one would be, again, we go with the same image, as be patient, and learn to be patient is not easy. And try to prioritize process over result. And and try to go where the people are, and try to co-design with people as much as possible, and to be open, to be criticized fully and radically challenged in what we thought before, because we might come up with the greatest idea, and then people come to you and tell you, wow, this is absolutely not relevant for me. Sometimes it might even sound offensive. So being actually open is not easy. So receiving feedback is not easy. And maybe, yes, on top of co-designing, maybe the question should be, and this is something that we tell ourselves all the time in Amnesty, when we do education, when we do activism, is, but why are we doing this? So it's not the point of, okay, I have an idea and then I try to make it inclusive, but is my idea going towards inclusivity in a way? Is it human rights based in a way? What type of positive change I want to bring? If I don't pose myself these questions before, then I would try to adapt a little bit my path all the time, and I would probably spend a lot of time trying to change my path a little bit. So I would say that the more time you spend before questioning, why am I doing this? Who am I doing this with? And how open I am to completely change the process of development and design, being it an educational activity, being a product, being a protest, I don't know. Let's say, the more chances you have to be actually going towards true inclusivity. That's it. Thank you.
How are we doing? Still good? Feeling good? Yeah, it's the end of the day. So again, thank you so much for having us. I have to say mine are very similar to yours to end on, apart from one. So basically, I thought about what would researchers and young designers need from the skills that I have as a facilitator, and I came up with 3. The first one, I think Emilia already said, is self-awareness and perspective. Understand your own positionality in the conversation or in your design. For example, me as a white cis gay man, cis man meaning I was assigned male at birth and I identify as male, comes with its own position of power and privilege. And I need to be aware of that when I'm designing. We always design with our own biases in mind, so being awareness to them and trying to unlearn these or be aware of it is super important. As Otto Scharmer, his theory U on presence says, the quality of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. So being aware of your own positionality and your own biases is super important, and that gives you the better chance of being empathetic towards those who are different to you. And that creates inclusion. Just a couple of examples, I'm quite an extroverted person. And so when I'm facilitating, I always want to bring people together, do lots of fun, lots of energizers. But for a lot of people who are more introverted with different backgrounds, that may be a lot. So understanding in advance what the needs of the group are and how I can provide that. Likewise, when I'm giving a training on the LGBT community, I try and emphasize that, no question is stupid, and I invite, questions so I can answer them. I don't assume knowledge, I think, is another example of that. So take time to understand who you're designing for and what needs to be considered. The second skill, I think, is facilitation and dialogue skills. So I brought this up earlier. But how to facilitate a conversation for research or in interviews is super important. How to hold space, how to create safety for people. Know the power of silence. That was something I was very scared of before. And so a couple of resources, the Liberating Structures by Henry, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Lipmanovich and Keith McCandless is an online resource with loads of different conversation formats, I think 35. So I would really look to that. I think adopt a learning mindset. So, if people are ignorant or say comments that could be construed as offensive, calling people in to question them and ask, why do you think like that? Instead of calling people out and canceling them off the jump, I think it's important because no learning or change will happen from that behavior. And like I said, Amy Edmondson's 3 Easy Steps for Psychological Safety, it's an online resource, really, really helps create inclusive spaces. So setting the stage, inviting participation and responding productively, but there's plenty more online for that. And I think the final point I would make is to have creative courage. If I come back to Charlene Coco, that's my drag persona there. Conclusion isn't about compliance. It's about finding ways to design for the participants' needs. And this is obviously a very serious topic, but there are ways to bring in creativity and elements of fun where appropriate. You know, if I think of my drag persona, she's quite irreverent, she's quite funny, and then she invites new possibilities. What else could be the rules if things were different? Kind of questioning that why again that Emilia said. So it opens up possibilities and it takes participants out of familiar thought patterns. So I like to use her to be a bit provocative, but also to challenge the status quo and to be more inclusive in thinking of other possibilities. So I leave you with this: be the kind of practitioner who designs how people come together, that focus on process, not just what they create. So be focused on the how as well. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll get back to that later. But I would say the first skill is critical literacy, the ability to read structures, not just objects, and to read over the norm, to see how exclusion operates and how design, language, and aesthetics can reproduce or challenge power. Second, interdisciplinary empathy, or to encourage to move across fields to connect design with literature, activism, or education, and other forms of knowledge. Inclusivity requires understanding that knowledge is relational. And for me, this is very important. It happens between people, disciplines, and experiences. Third, cultural translation, the capacity to communicate complex ideas clearly and sensitively without losing nuance. I see these as a design skill, finding forms and languages that invite participation rather than exclusion. And finally, collaboration. True inclusion happens through shared authorship, through processes where everyone involved contributes to shaping the outcome. Sorry, it's not about speaking for others, but creating the condition for others to speak and to speak for themselves. In the end, inclusivity is not a principle, it's a method, a way of reading, designing, and thinking that keeps the conversation open. To include is to rewrite visibility, to make space for what has always been there, even if it wasn't allowed to be seen. For example, this is a teapot, and it was shown on an exhibition in Australia on queer objects. So one can read it as a teapot, but for the gesture and for the way the person looks, you can say it's a queer object, but you give the object something that it goes with over the main scope of the object. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move online again for Simone. Just give me 10 seconds.
Let's try. Yep. For me, I agree with all we have said, and I recognize accessibility as a transversal skill that we must train. And I remember, in accessibility, I don't know, it isn't that about innovation? It's about basic human rights. So, yes, we must innovate, but it doesn't mean that in certain way we have to see the outcomes in terms of gain. And for me, the critical access studies and critical access design must be at the center of the design practices, and like even technical skills is so important. But first of all, accessibility is openness to saying yes and how and listen. And there are a ton of like to-do list for doing things accessibly. Many organizations of people with disability worked a lot, even with European project funded by the European Commission. And I think a great skill is like to apply the critical feminist and intersectional lens on like data. So data feminism for me is also so important, which means that like data isn't is not neutral, is not neutral, is not neutral, is a built artifact, a human artifact, because someone start to measure something in order to like have power on that. And so like to think at data and information from an intersectional perspective is like fundamental in order to challenge power, empowering the marginalized group. And I think even designing like design for emotional impact is so important, and like for the pleasure of being together. I know this sounds like naive, but that's because we are so used to not put emotion at the center of our experience. And so restart think about like a community is so important. We must relearn how to listen and build spaces of participation and empowerment. And sorry, I got lost. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit tired today, and I think it might be fine. I'm sorry, I got lost in translation. I hope like what I said made sense.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you for all your reflections. I found a lot of interesting points. And well, at this point, I would like to ask if you have any questions from the audience. Any questions, reflections, or even reciprocal reflections among you? Yeah, go on.
It's maybe a very simple question. Thank you very much, all of you. It was very interesting. I think we're all quite tired already, but even in this situation, you managed to engage us in your conversation. Continuing with this idea of the emotions, of the importance of emotions, I wanted to ask, again, very simple question, but maybe can some of you give us an example of situations of frustration when handling all these issues that I think that is very common, and sometimes we don't talk a lot about it. You said before, for example, how to deal with a negative feedback, for example. But I don't know if you found yourself in situations of frustration that makes you doubt if you can actually bring something to whatever community you're working with. Thank you.
Well, I would say in Amnesty International, we live with frustration all the time. I mean, when it comes with the global situation, it's we live with it. I would say that having support from each other also, and being honest with the learners about what we want. But having support, I would say that we need to have also like a supervision, no? And say, okay, maybe to validate a little bit what we're doing and so on. I would also say that not being afraid of conflict, even conflict with the people that we work with, because in conflict there is learning as well. So not to pretend that everything is okay, but embrace conflict in a constructive way. It's something that is necessary. And maybe one thing, which yes, it goes for a human rights activist, I would say that it goes to people in all the cases, try to take care of each other and taking care of ourselves now, which is really a political act, I think, right now. It's a resistance act in this moment that we're living, that will help us to work better as well. So we live with frustration. So try to get rid a little bit of the performance, as a performativity, as Simone was saying. And I would say that then you actually enjoy frustration a little bit, maybe. You can enjoy conflict a little bit. And it's not failure, it's part of the process. So take your time again. I don't know if it helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would deal with frustration all the time with companies or with organizations. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree, having support of co-facilitators there to lean on to find those champions in the workspace. And if I can't put it in, if I can't solve it there, I'll make a drag performance about it. And and like put it into art. So I try, yeah, that's the way. And, the global context right now is very, very, very sad, depressing and frustrating at times. So just trying to find those moments of joy. I find in the work I do, even if it's an hour session, you can find joy with people, you can connect with people. And that feels like impact to me. I can't solve the systemic issues by myself, but I can have that connection with someone for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes, 5 minutes. And so that is a way I can reduce frustration if I feel I've had an impact in a short amount of time.
I deal with frustration as well, and especially when I deal with public institutions like the City of Rome, because it's really, really hard to find the right person to have this sort of conversation. And let me just tell you one thing. Today, a full festival dedicated to Pierpaolo Pasolini has been presented to the press. About a month celebration to Pasolini, no queer person was invited to be there and to speak for that event. So that's very, very frustrating.
Any take by Simone on this question, or?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, like the messy work of collaboration is never easy. It's like so frustrating, as said by Emilia, like conflict and distance and different needs, actually, because between disability there are different needs that collide. And so, like, to build a safe place is so hard. Like putting all together our our greetings is so important. Like we must talking about consideration. I think sometimes like the patriarchy is the most effective force that influence our relation. Like we rarely say I'm sorry. And I think that starting by how do you feel and I'm sorry and thank you are like a great skill for to face like the work of collaboration together, putting care and like the to build a space informed by trauma. We never talk about trauma, and like we are so blocked sometimes as human being. And so starting by being gentle with ourselves and with others, like really taking care of their wellness is somehow revolutionary, even if it's so simple. And but it is actually possible. Just ask what you need and expect yes how, and let's build together the space and stay in the error and the conflict. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? If not, I will go with one. Which is in some way connected to frustration. We have heard a lot of interesting points on how to deal with the exclusion and discriminatory behaviors. And I was wondering if you could think of an anecdote, a case when you managed to change the idea of someone who had perhaps a position that was contrary to yours, and by applying a patient and collaborative approach, you managed to somehow turn over them and switch their attitude to a more inclusive one. I know this is perhaps a bit a difficult question, but I hope that you can have some examples. So how did you manage to? For sure, you managed to flip the opinion of people who did not agree with you. And I was wondering how could you bring some examples of cases when by applying let's say a patient-led collaborative and listening where you managed to change the mind of someone else?
Yeah, I can start. I can give you two examples. One is a teaching for me, because I publish a book a day and without intervention. So I just give the plot, something about the author, and without intervention, because I don't want to influence the person who reads the blog. So on the book cover of one of these books, there was written "scritto da una trans." Okay, so trans as a noun, not as an adjective. So I wrote "scritto da una trans," and trans community told me this is incorrect. This is not correct to use the word trans as a noun. But I wanted to tell them, I tried to tell them that it's not that I wrote these things. It's just the publishing house that wrote this on the back the book cover. But with sort of collaboration, I changed my idea. So for this case, I changed and I used trans as an adjective, trans woman, And the other thing is that over the years, I changed the fonts of the blog and of social media to use a font in particular that is readable for visually impaired people. So that goes to improve this sort of reading for people who cannot read properly on the social networks.
Well, I mean, when I put a wig on, I feel I'm changing people's minds on things at times. So I again, using drag as like a way to challenge gender and get people to think outside of the binary, or get people to think, oh, what does this mean? So I guess the case would be of my father is probably the most impactful case I've had, very scared of who was looking at when he originally saw pictures. He's never seen me live in drag, but he's seen pictures and, very, I would always say scared of it, kind of just very, very tentative. And so, but seeing over time where I'm saying that I'm just doing this, like, I don't need your permission, I don't need your validation, I'm going to continue doing this. It's something that brings me joy. Over time and through no provocation, no arguments, and him just kind of seeing it, understanding it, or not maybe understanding it at first, but seeing it, I feel, his view on it has reduced in terms of negative reaction. And so from there, now he calls it my Britney thing, as he can kind of understand it, and it's opened up conversations around gender, around the difference between drag as an art form, and kind of transgender people as their identity, and kind of starting to open up conversation around that, which would never have been possible 5-10 years ago. So I think that's an example of, sticking to what you believe, sticking to, what your values are and what brings you joy, and not shying away from that is how I found it.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to think of examples, because what we try to do in human rights education is precisely this. We try to change. We have the arrogance that we try to change people's minds, and actually, we're happy when we find somebody who's not immediately on our side, because it means that we're talking to the right people. So if it goes too smoothly, maybe they didn't need us. If there is some problems, maybe we're on the right path. I remember this student, Giuseppe, I still remember his name, some years ago in a school in Ponticelli. Ponticelli is a very poor area near Naples in Italy, and we were doing this program on bullying. And I remember the student was incredibly aggressive towards us. He really didn't want to do the program. He didn't want to talk about bullyism. He had been involved in bullying actions as well. So he was a bully himself. So we didn't really know what to do with this kid. Should we kick him out of the room or what, and so on. So yeah, when it comes to adaptability, we decided to talk aside to this Giuseppe. And then Giuseppe, first of all, he said, well, the real bully for me is the state. Okay, good. So what do you mean? Police are the bullies. Okay, good. What do you mean? So we kind of shifted a little bit, at least with him, the concept of power abuse and police brutality, because actually there had been cases of police brutality in the neighborhood. So we kind of changed a little bit the subject. And then from that on, he kind of put himself in the shoes, because he was a victim himself, not only of police brutality, but also family violence and so on. So again, it was a bit of a longer process, not easy, because Giuseppe was really tough. But years later, we received a letter from Giuseppe saying, thank you. Out of that program, I actually changed a little bit, and I decided to leave my neighborhood and to do something else, and then to maybe move out a little bit from the context. So putting ourselves in the shoes of people, even the most controversial one, confrontational ones, I think it's important, and don't lose hope. And sometimes, and then super quickly, behaviors that we might see as antisocial, like kids laughing or not being cooperative and so on, maybe there is something behind. Or at least it doesn't mean that they should be excluded from the process just because they're problematic. So the more problematic they are, the more important it is that we work with them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's a very nice anecdote. Simone, do you want to respond this, or should I do the switch? I do the switch.
Yeah, a quick answer. Do you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to say that like all the pictures that you saw before came from like an example of context where like that said, yes, how can you do? How can we do? So like instead of being afraid of a context, when I heard yes, how, let's like sort out together, let's experiment a new way of staying together, it all worked out and it changed like the organization and the event that I went to. I am part of Project Arena from like 3 years now, and it, even if it's not a context like made of person with disability and neurodivergent people, maybe, I never felt like so welcomed because like the care, the mutual care is made at the center of the practices. Like by saying that sometimes even if it's so hard to participate, I participate in society mostly from segregated, like in my home, in my house, like meeting someone that say yes, how is so important because like it is the attitude and the emotional impact that change everything, even if their solution is not perfect, but it is co-designed. And if even knowing that we can fail, we can like not being fully accessible because like it doesn't exist the like universal accessibility, but the effort was authentic. And so when you start from the care for the group and the emotion for everybody, and the care is like shared in the organization, in the group, like it shifts everything, completely the perspective.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last quick question, if we have anyone in the room. Yeah, please. Yeah, they don't hear you online, so please come.
Thank you. Sorry. Actually, my question is more related to human rights. And I'm from Iran, and in these recent years, there have been many protests in Iran, and many people have been killed, and I don't know if you know, but anyway, all of it would matter for me that what can I do as a designer, how can I help, and everything else. And anyway, my question is that in this situation, is inclusivity even matters, or how you can manage it? It's you have focused on inclusivity or exclusivity, which one is matter? And that's it. I want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you also for sharing a bit. I would maybe quote Simone again. Inclusivity is a human rights issue in itself. No? So we cannot be inclusive if we don't approach our work in everything we do with a human rights lens, a human rights-based approach as well. What can we do? It depends. There are definitely many things that we can do. in our professions by raising awareness as well. I don't want to do some amnesty propaganda, no? But this is also something that we try to do, is like mobilize people. No? So there is the possibility to join Amnesty with the petitions and try to give pressure as much as possible to our governments in order to take a stand when it comes to human rights violations and so on. We do research on Iran, we do campaigning on Iran, we do actions for prisoners in Iran. So there are different actions that we can do, and also try maybe to also cooperate in bringing these stories so that people know, because some of us might be a little bit more acquainted, a little bit more knowledgeable, but what we can do for sure is spread awareness about what is going on in Iran and everywhere where we see human rights violations. So I don't have an answer of what you can do, because it's really like it's up to us. But I can also give you some information on the website, like, okay, I don't know also where you're based right now, no? So if there is a possibility also to join a group and so on, but I would say the more we can join forces in campaigning and raising awareness and bringing pressure to our governments, that's exactly what Amnesty does, but also to talk about what is going on in Iran, for example, through education. This is also something that we can do. And last but not least, informal education is also very powerful. And by informal, I mean just talk to people. Despite being designers or researchers and so on, take the spaces that you have to multiply the knowledge a little bit. Embracing the frustration, because it is frustrating. When we see such massive violations, then you might think that it's very little, but the unity of individuals can actually change things, and sometimes bring pressures that people don't get executed, for example, which is the main core work of Amnesty International. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you have no more questions, then I thank you deeply the participants of this session. It was a really, I think, interesting session. I have many notes. Probably I will integrate them in some way in my activities, and I hope that it was fruitful also for the audience, and perhaps we can arrange some other activities in the future. Thank you.